One, requesting everyone to please come into the hall and take your seats. To start and settle down in the hall, please. Thank you. It's too little. It is too dark. Once again, requesting everyone to please come back to the hall. It's nearly time. Mm. Sayan, welcome everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of SSF Global, a global association of enterprise functions, technology, and GCC leaders, allow me to welcome each one of you to the 50th annual GCC Conclave and GCC Excellence and Recognition. This, friends, is the flagship event of SSF Global, an insightful and interesting 2 days of focused debates and discussions together top leaders from GCCs, GWS, and enterprise services to have candid and far-reaching impact dialogues. SSF Global's conclave offers a ready platform for rich and relevant leadership interactions so that the participants take back with them an amalgam of experiences with respect to strategic execution of shared services strategy. And the awards, needless to say, apart from being a recognition of in the field, it's as a huge motivational push for others to emulate. To set the ball review for the conclave, I now invite Mr. Rakesh Sinha, founder and CEO of SSF Global, and Lotus to walk you through the conclave that starts now. Actually, Rakesh. Distinguished leaders, dignitaries, representatives of regional capability centers, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rakesh Sinha, and I am very honored and privileged to stand in front of each one of you today. I also want to invite those leaders who are joining in through a YouTube channel, which is running on the SSF Global platform. So warm welcome to them as well. Good afternoon to the people of the subcontinent. Good morning to the island and the leaders. And joining the Africans. So I'm asked to see go to the stress to burn when we're in the it's an opportunity to have which one of you heard and have something which is very focused, 1.5 days to really bring something on to the kind of challenges, the kind of opportunities each one of us face another. In fact, one of the things which we very proudly taught from SSF perspective, and many of you who have of SSF in the past will be aware, and please permit me to say that many events with others and have experience declaring the future of the we work with internal sessions and we work with practitioners. We take a lot of efforts to carefully invite organizations and leaders who very perspectives to shape the foundation of the growing GCC landscape. In fact, I take this opportunity to communicate and humbly request many of our to share their perspectives, even in this form of do share your perspectives as a practitioner. I'm sorry to say that, not as a philosopher. Many times we believe in sharing what is the art of possible. I think we'd like to keep more conversations around how can we make it happen. Let's be more pragmatic. Many of you are aware of generation about SSF. SSF Global actually stemmed out of a very simple mission to bring the GCC, GBS, technology, and enterprise function leaders as a community together. And many of us who are part of SSF, we came from the same space, and our focus was to see how we can have a community where we fully talk with each other and see them as a springboard for our discussions. We started this very small, and I can confess to you with a lot of sincerity, and we thought, let's sustain years. This is 14th year. We are happy. Despite we may have done more than 500 programs like this, we have like few companies and shared perspectives. We have got some 800 case stories shared, some 100 plus headlines, and some for the time of translation. I still feel GCC's journey. And for that hugely, I also want to share what we do with SSF to bridge that gap and also to keep ourselves in the curve. Besides really looking at this community, we also a very conscious effort to focus on what we call best practice practices. So we have a research team which keeps always looking at those pragmatic frameworks and not theoretical views, saying actionables which people take back to missions and program. So we keep looking at these practices. For instance, we have various frameworks like enterprise services. We challenged that passively a few years ago by saying how long will we be calling ourselves either an IT service or IT services. It's kind of a reality. We can IT-enabled services. And we change from IT saying it should become PaaS, which is it should be enterprise service. So between the enterprise processes, we should talk together. We can't do different views. And we implemented as a part of SSF, self-assessment, zero cost tool, which is available on the portal, which provides you virtually in 15 minutes to cut organizational maturity. Similarly, we got tools like RISE to talk about GCC maturity. They're saying where you are maturity curve. You're a service center, you are a value center, you are a strategic partner, and an enterprise partner. In fact, a lot of guidance between the value still at some level. So if you're interested in more of these frameworks, then please reach out to people, we can share this. So take a celebrating excellence. When we started 14 years ago, talking about the good GCC and recognizing them. And saying, hey, guys, a pharma comes with a pharma forum or a chicken forum and so on and so forth, FMCG and an FMCG forum. And it was recognition for the GCC, right? Which is having awards. Drive, driving that and if I can say a movement to people to topics and service. I'm going to explain some of the recognitions today. All our recognitions are decided by the approving panel and what our facets of ourselves. The forum, which actually charge with the labs. We are very much focused in terms of spreading the awareness of students at the GCCs. And we keep this kind of educations from the regional point of view as well as globally. So we first and encourage organizations to adopt philosophy and the framework of legal capacity center and how can we move from just operational to clinical systems behind. To give you a picture of the SSF and the journey of SSF, I live my friend in the past, but that's very a short video for 2 minutes. I request my team to go through SSF with SSF. Can you the video, please? Thank you for being here. I think every series I do which comes from mind. Because there's a still such an emotional connection to and those in the first right. The same just most of it crucial time and most times that the time for this year's conclave as well as it's not just and I think what is starting from saying this is a strategic asset, etc. And what I focus step back first, if I want to further differentiate strategic asset means, just more from our point of view, we talking about purpose are also the same. And how well we use it and talk about the why GCC, what GCC, well, we well, so we left to several strategic doesn't matter. Are you recognized as a strategic asset and how that can happen is something which is important. But I noticed I share the perspective, think from that dimension, not just only first challenge themselves over yes, of course, but when I speak to developers, the last 3 years, particularly the last 6 months, I spent a lot of time talking to the developers slightly before the vision. And that is important that how and as a show you are a strategic asset. Of course, being a strategic asset means you become a great catalyst. You set enterprise to drive the competitive edge for the enterprise. Well, this is not cost optimization engine, and I'll say that in deploying certain engines and so to activities, how to take care of the entire session to talk about that agility and resilience. And in fact, which is by us, is resilience to a huge project. Not for today, we have to have a chat on that. I think GCCs can drive and of federal voice. That's an opportunity which I see as an area. And that's what the things to be and GCC as the strategic asset for the enterprise field. I also take this opportunity to express thanks to all the partners who have been supporting us to deliver this content to me. A knowledge partner, consultant sponsor, Hexel, transformation partner, IBM, the industry associations to work with us. And we are very happy to have industry partners, US India Strategic Partnership for Quality Engineering Foundation, the foundation have come from the Australia, Australia Chamber of Commerce as industry partners. We have associate sponsors, Infosys and Standard Chartered Bank. We have research partner of Wisdom, media partner in House, which is a local channel. We have partners. And thank you, Adani Technical Center, Black and start to work with the images. Many customers, Usmania University, and technology partners. I also take the opportunity to thank currently the inputs have come from them to shape the structure of this conclave. Sanjay Gupta, the Chief Architect for SSF Global, Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, CEO of Adani GCC, Shri Atmuri, the CEO of the Foundation, Dr. Tagri shared with me. She was CEO for SMC. Sorry, I'm going to Quando sono ai consulti di Shashank Rahman, Chairman Alfred to bring that simply vice president strategy, former resident, and from 2014, founder of Shift, Anand Chandrasekhar, with GCC Services and Infosys BB, Santosh Kumar Yasani, founder of Chief Executive Officer for Legal Chandrasekhar. Can I request a round of applause for them? This also brings to a very interesting thing to share that this year, last time I got this year we started, and we showed up if you look at that, what is going on making out of this. It's not very straight, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Sinha, Aris. I know many of you know Aris for a different house. Uh, so this is what you can request. Conversations with some of the GCC so here from the because with consistency and how people work together into the industry further and could shape the industry further. With people seasons of starting with the first few conversations. I just want to but cases of Australia would like to make SSF to share a story and I think that friends of this there. Most of them will reach out to SSF, make information and ensure that episode of course as a partner of the team and how it fits up with the team. It's a very important thing. So small services but a shoot at a manual and I'm honored to have a rest of the established commercial industry, which shown total managing director of that distribution. And it fits in the state that the film episode soon, with a 4 or 5 episodes together. I think it's a film record interest and television speaking to finalize academic to this conversation short. This is going to be this is like chat. That's what something I should want. So, session for the students. And I think we'll take the impact as the question about why Hyderabad and first time when that question question in a different form that it was. Something like the opportunity to become a for the system. While of course, one hybridization whether children the situation which you manage to and that's I think the reason SSF was making shows to encourage expectations. For instance, a couple of months back, taken by back in Afghanistan, we I'm sketching the session. This is like I'm sure and so on and so forth. distributed. So investors are interested in collaboration from an educational point of view, fulfill the goal. I think the first is a system and it can for that several things it can the last one we collaboration and could see some of the battle trends and so on. Of course, the focus on stretch collaboration, so the startup foundation and for somebody who is architect of the startup foundation. But this thank you very much foundation feel free to participate, contribute, challenge us. This is forum. As my comment, SSF is not about information. This is it's practitioners, practitioners for the practitioners. So this is for please do come forward and be part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rakesh, for that backdrop as well as setting the pace for the conclave to further. Friends, we now have a special address for which I would like to invite Shri J.A. Chaudhary, former Special Chief Secretary and IT Advisor to the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, also founder, International Startup Foundation. Just give me a moment to speak a little bit about him. Very nice to have you here, sir. Well, this is some people in technology, others build the technology landscape. Shri Chaudhary belongs firmly to the second category, an unstoppable force who has shaped India's IT story from the launch pad to the global stage. His journey began in the highest modes of Indian Space Research Organization, where, as a scientist, he designed telemetry subsystems for some of India's most iconic satellites, Bhaskar, Rohini, Aryabhat. These weren't just engineering projects. They were milestones in the nation's space story, and he was at the heart of them. I would request you to definitely read more about him. For paucity of time, I have to stop here and request Shri J.A. Chaudhary to say a few words. Thank you, madam, for a very gracious introduction. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank Rakesh for inviting me to address this forum. Actually, though he asked me to talk about Hyderabad to Cyberabad story, how we built one ecosystem where we see many GCC companies are already likely to participate in this journey. But I thought, since I have addressed how GCCs play a role in the India tech story right from 1985 onwards. That was the peak license Raj in India. Those days, many entrepreneurs like Infosys, Narayanamurthy, Ajay Premji, all those great leaders, they used to come to the corridors of government. That time I was with Department of Electronics at Delhi. We used to wait hours together, work weeks together, months together, to get import license for importing various electronic equipment. We used to enjoy the window that I related some people to work in the reception corridors. And we used to take minimum 8 months to 1 year to give one import license. That was so difficult during that time. When somebody wants to import any equipment, the duty, customs duty used to be 350% customs duty. After importing the equipment, suppose somebody wants to export a software, then they have to get permission from Reserve Bank of India and various export licenses. But because of this kind of issues, many NRIs used to come, they want to start some development center, tech development center in India. They failed miserably, they went back. Thanks to one GCC company, which approached the government of India during that time when Rajiv Gandhi was the prime minister, and they approached
India, government of India, that we want to set up our R&D center, development center in India, where you give us single window government licenses, not like today when you take 8 months time or 1 year by the time we import the equipment is outdated. That kind of mechanism is not suitable for us. Plus, there is no internet those days. There is no high-speed communication. Insisted that unless you provide the high-speed links, we will not be able to survive. Like that, they give a list of 10 items, and they had a option to go to other countries like Ireland and Israel in case government of India is not providing the ecosystem for that GCC company to start their development center in India. So government of India at the because of the leadership given by Honorable then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, why don't we give on experimental basis all the licenses to be given to one single window, one officer. Every ministry said, sir, we are giving this powerful instruments to this one officer, he can misuse. All kinds of issues came. Those days, to get a license for any foreign company to set up a UAE license, there used to be one interministerial standing committee. All the ministries representatives used to be there, and they used to take 6 months, 8 months to give first approval. Afterwards, only import licenses. So, including that, they wanted to give to one officer. So, they did an experiment, creating a scheme called Software Technology Park Scheme, only for that GCC company. The name of the first GCC company who came through the software technology park scheme during that time was the Texas Instruments. They are the ones who approached Government of India. Only for TI, we created one scheme called STPI, and fortunately, they appointed me as the first director of the software technology park, and they selected Bangalore for the development center. That's how the first GCC came to India through the Texas Instrument on an experimental basis. Fortunately, that experiment, that pilot was so successful. After seeing the success of the first GCC through Texas Instruments, Hewlett Packard came and IBM came, Motorola came. All of them, they wanted to go to Bangalore and they want to locate because Texas Instruments was operating in Mullas Road, Sona Towers in Bangalore. They want to be very close by because we had a satellite earth station, the satellite link to provide to the connections to the US and other places. So all of them started locating their offices in Cunningham Road, Miller's Road, around the Texas Instruments office by taking the optical fiber link from the satellite earth station. That was the beginning of India's tech story. Before that, there was no development activities. All of the IT services companies those days, they were doing mere body shopping. They RACs and all that, place them in some good companies because there's no ecosystem supporting those companies, Indian companies. Today they have become global multi-billion dollar companies. So thanks to the GCC initiative in the beginning itself, they played a big role. Today we're talking about billions of dollar economy and so many millions of people are working in the ecosystem. And another important thing which I wanted to mention, GCCs not only played the role bringing the development to India, not just when BPO, IPO, KPO kind of services, they brought the real engineering services, real R&D work was getting done through the GCC, including the first GCC, because my office was located in the Texas Instruments building itself. I used to notice what kind of work they were doing and all that. So they played a key role there, bringing the R&D, innovation, and engineering services of highest order to India. Otherwise, that manpower was not available. Or what manpower was available during that time only meant for doing the very rudimentary IT services. So that's where I mean they fundamentally they brought the real foundation for the India's tech industry. Afterwards, I noticed when I became the managing director for NVIDIA Graphics, then I was seeing myself the core chip of NVIDIA, Tegra chip, was getting developed in under our leadership in Hyderabad. So a lot of money used to come, a lot of technology transfer used to come. That way, I mean, GCC have played a significant role in creating the real manpower, particularly in today's era. We are seeing a lot of startup companies becoming unicorns and gigacorns and all that. And how it is happening because the technological inputs were coming from the GCC companies where they were giving the knowledge transfer to the Indian employees, recruiting them, all the IITs and all that. So that's how I mean it happened, and I really want to thank all the GCC companies for really bringing India up to this level, and also now they're trying to push it to the next level. Since Rakesh asked me to tell about the tech story in Hyderabad, how Hyderabad became Cyberabad, and how many GCC companies started locating. Even Hyderabad also, when I was trying to promote Hyderabad during that time in the 90s, I used to participate in Comdex and CES, and I used to have a STP Hyderabad booth, and I used to go to some of the American companies. Please come to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, is it in Pakistan? So those people were not knowing there is a Hyderabad city exists in India. They were thinking that Hyderabad means that is in Sindh province in Pakistan, that was more popular than this present our Hyderabad in India. So it was very difficult to convince the companies. Again, there GCC have played a critical role for Hyderabad to Cyberabad story, particularly when we convinced Bill Gates for making Hyderabad as their second development center after the Seattle Redmonds. It was not easy, but thanks to the then Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, when he was the Chief Minister of Combined Andhra Pradesh, we came to know because I had some friends in Microsoft. They sent a mail that our big boss Bill Gates is coming to India. Looks like they're planning to set up a development center in India. Maybe we should invite him to Hyderabad so that Hyderabad can have the development center from Microsoft. Then I went and met the then Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. Sir, Bill Gates is coming. Can we invite him to Hyderabad? He tried his best to reach out to Bill Gates and the Microsoft management, not able to get through the management. And afterwards, we came to know that all his schedules are already fixed. But when Ambassador Frank Wilson, US Ambassador, he was visiting Hyderabad, we requested Frank Wilson, sir, we need an appointment with Bill Gates for our Honorable Chief Minister. He agreed to get 5 minutes slot to Honorable CM to meet Bill Gates in his house in Delhi. He was hosting a cocktail dinner for Bill Gates, and he invited a lot of cabinet ministers and other American companies. So he said, yes, I can make maybe not more than 5 minutes. If you can come and I can make an introduction. Beyond that, I don't have authority to influence his schedules. So fortunately, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu Garu, his secretary Ranjit Sudan prepared a nice PowerPoint presentation, and they went to Delhi. I was not there in that meeting. In that 5 minutes meeting, the moment Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu opened his laptop and started giving a presentation using the PowerPoint, Microsoft PowerPoint, Bill Gates was impressed. A chief minister of 80 million population is using my product, and he is presenting himself using Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. That 5 minutes, whatever the scheduled time given to Honorable CM, that became the 45 minutes, and that 45 minutes he convinced Bill Gates, yes, Hyderabad is the place for Microsoft to set up the development center. Though other parameters were there, finally how they decided to come to Hyderabad. But that was the beginning of Hyderabad to get into that space. Otherwise, it was very difficult those days for me, particularly when I was promoting as a head of the software technology park. Everybody is telling, no, where is the manpower? Where are the other companies? You don't have IITs, you don't have IIMs. So all kinds of issues were there. I mean, for me to promote the Hyderabad as a city for a tech center. But fortunately, once Microsoft decided to set up the development center, only in Hyderabad after the Seattle Redmond. All the Wall Street journals, CNN, everybody started talking about there is a city called Hyderabad exists, and Microsoft has taken a decision to set up their only second development center outside of Seattle. So that's where again the GCCs have played a big role in Hyderabad to Cyberabad transformation. And from then onwards, it continued the kind of infrastructure that we were able to provide for the companies in Hyderabad. So that attracted. Basically, it's all about the what I noticed when I was heading the NVIDIA at Hyderabad. So GCC companies were looking for two things. One is the quality manpower at scale, and some GCCs is also looking at the India as a business, because India with 1.4 billion people who are all digitally connected, a lot of GCC companies are looking at India as a market, a very big market for them, particularly in the AI era. In the AI era, data plays an important role. Just creating a AI product, I don't think they'll be able to succeed unless you have a data sets through which you can train your AI model. Then only that AI startup or AI model can succeed. So in that paradigm, India with complex data sets, whether in the healthcare, supply chain management, governance, you take any of those things. Unfortunately, many governments are providing the access to the data, sensitive data, in a sandbox environment, particularly in Hyderabad, for example. Telangana government has announced AI city. Whoever goes to whichever startup company goes to AI city, they are enabling the data access to those startup companies. Apart from the other infrastructure like NVIDIA GPU infrastructure and other cloud infrastructure and all that. So the cities like Hyderabad actually creating opportunities for not only for many GCCs but for the startup ecosystem. So my last thing, how GCC played an important role for the startup ecosystem to grow in India. See, tech startups in particular, they want to work on a very niche areas, whereas a BPO, KPO kind of services companies, I don't think they can think of coming out of the company and starting a new innovation and creating the startups. See, most of the GCCs, since they were working in the cutting edge technologies, many of the employees, senior employees, came out and started the startups. And those startups, many of them became unicorns. Some of them are getting into decacorns. So that's one role what GCC is currently playing. And recently, I was in Germany. We opened our International Startup Foundation chapter in Germany, where a lot of European companies they came to our conference. They were telling Mr. Chowdhury, we are actually looking at reducing the cost of operations because we are not able to withstand the competition coming from China and other countries. We have to come to India for really coming out with very cost effective solutions. So that is a kind of interest. In fact, I was telling Rakesh ji, there are a lot of European companies are also looking towards setting up their operations. One is to reduce the cost of operations. The other one is they are also looking for India as a big market. I think it looks like we are in a good phase at this point of time. And I really want to thank all the GCC representatives who are here helping India to really become a global player. And particularly recent Sindoor war proved that not only our defense forces, but the tech startups who help the defense, particularly in the space technology, other defense technology, how they are able to, I mean, exceed expectations of any Western countries in the defense areas. Again, the startups played a key role, backed by the many GCC companies. So I want to really thank all the GCC members here. And only one request I have to all the GCC members. About 1 year back, I visited a place called Soro. It's a small village in Orissa. They invited me because some of the government school kids they wanted to launch a satellite. Since I worked in ISRO long time ago, I don't know why they invited me. I went there to that small village, which is about 5 hours drive from Bhubaneswar. When I saw that, I mean, I witnessed what they were doing. Most of the kids are all government school kids, and many of them, they were not even having sandals to wear, that poor kids. And I thought that how can they build a satellite and launch the satellite? I was not believing their story, but they actually launched it using a helium balloon, launched the micro satellite which they built, and they were monitoring all the parameters, at what height it is and what is oxygen levels at the ground station. I was pretty impressed. In a remote village called Soro, and all the government kids, I asked them, how did you learn this thing? Sir, we have a mentor from Chicago. He hails from the same village. Once in 6 months, he keeps coming here. He keeps guiding us. And because of his guidance, and I asked them, who is the teacher? So YouTube is our teacher. We are learning everything from YouTube, and we got a great mentor. Because of that, and we are able to build the satellite, and we are also able to launch it. Then I thought that we are doing injustice, not going to the rural areas and identify such innovators and bring them to the light. Then they'll be the change makers in the rural India. Then I launched a program called Junicorns, Rural Junicorns. The first experiment, what I did, we conducted the competition, Ideathon competition. What I told all the people who are living in the rural India, particularly in 4 states, we conducted this competition: Karnataka, AP, Telangana, and Orissa. We told them, you are local here, pick up the local problem and come with the innovative solutions. The best solutions, whoever comes up with, then we'll take them all the way to United States, and you will be given an opportunity to pitch your idea to the global, the investors and global CXOs. They were all thrilled that, sir, can you really take us to America? Because they were not even having money to wear the sandals. And those people, they were, sir, are you really telling this thing? Is it possible for us to go to United States and pitch our ideas? I said, yes, we will make all the arrangements. Fortunately, we selected 40 such kids, and most of them are orphans. Most of them are poorest of the poor people, but they came out with excellent innovation, and we selected all of them, and all of them took them to the first international Junicorn conference, happened in Austin, Texas. And the way they presented, pitched, I mean, though I am a general partner in a fund, I have not seen my other founders of where we invested a lot of money in those startup companies. These kids, without, in fact, many of the students, they were telling, sir, we can't speak in English. Can we present it in Hindi? We made arrangements for them to have a translator and all that. But by the time they came onto the stage, they present eloquently in English about their idea, what is their idea, how they are solving the local problems, what the money is required. And we gave 3M policy for them. One is, don't leave the stage before you get these 3Ms. One is, you should get a mentor, global mentor, for you to guide you further steps. The second is money. You have done something, for you to go to the next stage, you need money. Then market access. Who can take your product to the market? These 3Ms, don't leave the stage till you get this people who are endorsing your this thing. Fortunately, they got mentors. They got minimum $50,000 per student. They got the funding, and in some cases, they went up to $200,000. And in fact, in some presentations, they said, sir, the school kids, they can't take this idea. The idea is very great, but can I become the co-founder of this startup company? I'll register the company in the United States. I'll put money so that the student still is studying in the school. I don't think he'll be able to take it to the next stage. So many companies already got registered in US. They are helping. The co-founders are from United States. They're taking it to the next level. So I was really amazed to see orphan kids, that too government school kids, coming up all the way up to USA, presenting their pitches in front of the global audience, convincing them. In fact, we also did a similar experiment in North America. There are about 10 to 12 students came from the North American. They were not able to get the interest from the investors, whereas all the 40 kids who came from India, from these 4 states, they all got 3Ms. After seeing the success of this, I thought that we need to extend that to other states. Now we are conducting the competition in 10 states in India, and the only criteria is they have to be in the rural area, and they have to select the local problems, and in an innovative way they have to solve it. In fact, I'll tell you one example before I close. One small kid who is in 8th grade near Vijayawada in the orphan school, uh, Hemasai is name. He's studying in 8th grade. He said, Sir, my grandfather was a mason working in the construction industry. I saw a lot of plastics people are throwing in the road and everywhere. I thought, why don't I bury these plastics in buildings? Then I did some research. Up to some temperature, if you heat the plastics, it will not give the toxic whatever fumes and all that. Then he did that and put all the plastics compressed and put all the brick material and burned the brick and took the brick to one of the engineering colleges, Siddhartha Engineering College, where there is a civil engineering department. He got the brick, he totally tested what is the strength, what is the weight and all that. He brought that brick all the way to United States. And the moment he presented in the forum, there are four people who are ready. Sir, I want to invest in this company, and I want to make sure that all my construction areas, I want to use these bricks in my construction activities. Recently, when I met Sri Raju, who is founder of iLabs Capital and also chairman of Sri City, he said, Jay, I want to take this boy to Sri City. There are two schools are there. Whichever school he wants to select, I can admit them in the school. And his idea of this brick, I will start a factory in Sri City. All my future buildings coming up in Sri City, I want to use these bricks. So that is the kind of experiments which are happening from these rural kids. I only request all of you, think how you can become a mentor. Since we are going to increase the number of kids from 40 to 100 who are going to represent our India in the next international conference, Junicon conference at Dubai in the month of January, January 10th and 11th. I request whoever is interested, please meet me because they need mentors. With the proper mentoring, we can definitely upgrade our rural youth, rural India. They will be on par with anybody. In fact, my prediction is future unicorns will not come from cities like Hyderabad or Bangalore. They will all come from rural India because there are enough number of problems in the rural India. There are more creative people like Joho founder Sridhar Vembu. When we were trying to give land to him to in Vizag, he said, "Sir, we don't want land in Vizag, but we want in Kuppam, which is the constituency of Chandrababu Naidu." And then Chandrababu Naidu asked Sridhar Vembu, "Why do you want in Kuppam, sir? We don't recruit people from the engineering colleges and all that. We take 10th grade or 12th grade, that too from rural India." Then I asked Sridhar Vembu, "Why do you want to take people only from rural India? Because 10th class, 12th class people are available in urban India also." Then he was telling, "Sir, in urban cities, these kids, they'll have air conditioned homes, air conditioned buses, air conditioned classrooms, some international schools, even air conditioned playgrounds. Their minds are all conditioned, sir. Whereas I am not working in the services, I am creating some innovative products in Joho Corporation. I want these rural kids who got, always thinks about tomorrow there is a problem, how do I overcome the problem? They are very innovative, sir. I take only those rural kids, either 10th class or 12th grade people. I give them 6 months training and they are producing global products for Joho Corporation. So seeing all these things, I now believe that India's story, the next story is going to come from the rural India. And that's where, we need to spend our time. I request all of you to pick up at least one of those 100 rural kids whom we are going to select for the next Unicorn conference. I'll be more than happy to have that commitment. I hope you are with me on this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please stay for a moment. That was a special address by a key architect of India IT industry. That's Shri J.A. Chaudhary. Thank you very much, sir, for being here and taken out time from your busy schedule. I request Abhinav Goyal, Senior Vice President, SSF Global, to please give Shri J.A. Chaudhary a memento on behalf of SSF Global. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, Honorable Governor of Telangana. May I request to join him, Mr. PVR Mohan Reddy, Founder, Chairman, Scient, Founder, Director, T-Hub, Shri Atluri, Founder and CEO, Quality Engineering Foundation, and of course, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, and Shri Anand Maheshwari, Founder, Director, Quintes Global. Requesting Mr. Rakesh Sinha to offer a bouquet of flowers to our honorable chief guest, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma Garu. Requesting everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Janaganamana adinayaka jayati
I'd like to request on the stage Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy, Founder, Chairman and Board Member, Scient, Shri Atluri, Founder and Director, Quality Engineering Foundation, Shri J.A. Chaudhary, Founder and Chairman, Indian Startup Foundation, Mr. Sheshadri Vanga, Chairman and Group CEO, IFIN Global Group, Mr. Ajay Seth, Member, Executive Board, Maruti Suzuki India, and Mr. Anand Maheshwari, Founder Director, Quintes Global and Governing Council Member, SSF Global. May I request all of you to join our honorable chief guest and proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony.
गिरिराजसुता तनया सदया गिरिराजसुता तनया सदया गिरिराजसुता तनया सदया गिरिराजसुता तनया सुरनाद मुख चिरपादयुग सुरनाद मुख चिरपादयुग परिपालय मां इवराज मुख परिपालय मां इवराज मरि मगमि सरि सनि सरि गम निज सनि निज सनि पगमि गमि सनि सगि धीराज सुतनय गमन गम శ్రీ సని పమరి ప మరి సరి సని ప సరి గమ ప సని 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 పాప మగ మరి గమరి సని సగిరి రాజ సుత గిరి రాజ సుత
Those voices were that of T.K. Saroja and T.K. Sujat. Thank you very much for singing that beautiful Ganpati Vandana. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Sri Jishnu Dev Verma Garu, and all senior dignitaries for a group photograph. Thank you very much. I now request Sri Rakesh Sinha, founder and CEO, SSF Global and Quintus Global, for a formal welcome of the Honorable Chief Guest.
Respected Honorable Governor of Telangana, Sri Jishnu Dev Verma Garu, Sri V.B.R. Mohan Reddy Ji, Sri Atuluru Garu, Sri Anand Maheshwari Ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Subha Madhyan Hanan. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather to welcome one of the most esteemed leaders of our country as our chief guest today, the Honorable Governor of Telangana, Sri Jishnu Dev Verma Garu. I request each one of you to put your hand together. Your Excellency, on behalf of the SSF Global and our partnering organizations and everyone present here, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you. It is not only a momentous occasion to have you with us, but it is also a reflection of the deep respect we have for your leadership, governance, and the positive change you are driving within the state of Telangana. Your Excellency, your commitment to the welfare of our people and the vision for sustainable development has set a shining example for all of us to follow. Your guidance to the government of Telangana to focus on sustainable development, where economic growth goes hand in hand with social equity and environmental protection, has left an indelible mark. It is through your leadership that Telangana continues to thrive as a state at the forefront of innovation and inclusivity. From championing new initiatives to maintaining the state's rich cultural heritage, your efforts are truly commendable. We are fortunate to have you here with us today as you continue to inspire and uplift all of us with your wisdom and vision. Today's event is a testament to the India's becoming GCC capital in the world, and Hyderabad is surely a major hub. Collaboration across the government, academia, industry, forums, social organizations, and the corporates will define the next phase of growth of GCCs in India. Your presence today further strengthens our commitment to driving the values of unity, progress, and innovations, as well as continuing to be the location of choice for the global corporations to set up GCCs in India, where these GCCs becomes the nerve centers of innovation, analytics, product development, and emerging technologies. We are grateful for your time to attending this event. Your Excellency, on behalf of all of us gathered here, I express our deepest gratitude for your leadership, your service, and your inspiring presence today. We look forward to hearing your thoughts, learning from your experiences, and gaining insights that will help us collectively work towards the vision of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to warmly welcome our chief guest, Shri Jithudev Varma Garu, the Honorable Governor of Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words of welcome for the Honorable Chief Guest. So on this momentous occasion, we take the opportunity to unveil two research publications. The first is a coffee table book prepared by SSF Global, and it's called The Capability Catalysts. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jishnudev Varma Garuji, as well as all dignitaries on the dais to please unveil the same. Many congratulations for that release of the coffee table book, The Capability Catalysts. And for the unveiling of the second publication, I would first like to invite Mr. Ashish Sehdev, Vice President, Everest Group, to please join us here. And I request the Honorable Chief Guest to unveil the publication by the Everest Group and hand over the first copy to Mr. Ashish Sehdev. Many congratulations to Ashish and his team members. We can have a louder applause, I think. We didn't have a loud enough one. Thank you. Friends, we now present an award to a visionary and pioneering leader. Can we have the envelope with the citation handed over to our Honorable Chief Guest, who will announce the same? So the award goes to Shri J.A. Chaudhary. Shri J.A. Chaudhary, whom we had the privilege of just listening to, former Special Chief Secretary and IT Advisor to Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, gets this special award from the Honorable Chief Guest himself, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma Garu. Friends, Mr. Chaudhary continues to mentor founders, advise governments, and champions technologies that will define the next decade. Let's have another applause for Shri J.A. Chaudhary receiving this special recognition today.
The 14th GCC Excellence Award, Visionary and Pioneering Architect of Indian Tech Ecosystem, J.A. Chaudhary, for creativity, vision, and leading the mission of IT ecosystem in India, delivering value and impact to industry, business, and society. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and hearty congratulations to you, sir. Friends, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma, Honorable Governor of Telangana, born into Tripura's royal lineage in August 1957, Shri Jishnu Dev Varma has woven a legacy that spans governance, rural transformation, literature, and the arts, with every chapter more compelling than the last. As a student turned politician, he joined the BJP during the early 1990s, at a time when the party was barely visible in Tripura. His unwavering commitment and strategic vision helped lay the groundwork for the party's eventual emergence in the state. In 2018, he won his home constituency of Charilam by an overwhelming majority and was appointed Deputy Chief Minister of Tripura, where he led critical portfolios including finance, power, rural development, panchayat affairs, planning, science, technology, and environment. Under his leadership, Tripura undertook bold initiatives such as Bio Village 2.0 and Vigyan Gram. We have the privilege and the honor to have him with us. May I request you, sir, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. Sri Rakesh Sinha, Founder and CEO, SSF Global and Quince Global. Sri BVR Mohan Reddy, Founder, Chairman, Scient, Founder, Director, T-Hub. Sri Atluri, Founder and CEO, Quality Engineering Foundation. Sri Anand Maheshwari, Founder, Director, Quintess Global and Governing Council, SSF. Distinguished delegates, leaders of industry, representatives of Global Capability Centers, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you at the SSF's 14th Annual GCC Conclave in Hyderabad. I thank the organizers, especially Sri Rakesh Sinha, Founder and CEO of SSF Global, for this distinguished gathering. This conclave is more than a corporate event. It is a celebration of India's accelerating role in the Global Capability Center ecosystem. It reaffirms Telangana's vision of being progressive, business-friendly, and globally connected while fostering innovation-driven economic growth. As Ratan Tata once said, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. GCCs embody this spirit of collaboration and growth. Over the past 2 decades, India has emerged as a global hub for GCCs, hosting more than 1,700 centers. These centers have transformed from back office units into hubs of strategy, analytics, research, product development, and advanced digital innovation. Particularly in Telangana, especially in Hyderabad, the GCC model has flourished remarkably. Our city has now become home to GCCs, spanning finance, healthcare, semiconductors, logistics, pharmaceuticals, retail, and cutting-edge technologies like AI, cybersecurity, and blockchain. India has always been a land where big ideas take root, and Hyderabad today stands as a shining testimony to that enduring vision. The success of GCCs in Telangana is no coincidence. It is the result of forward-looking policy world-class infrastructure, and unmatched human capital. The government of Telangana has consistently designed ICT, AI, and startup policies that create confidence among global investors. Hyderabad provides seamless digital connectivity, reliable power, and robust metro networks supported by innovation clusters like T-Hub, Genome Valley, and the Pharma City. We had to respect individuals and innovations, which are the twin pillars of progress. Telangana's young, skilled, and dynamic workforce is second to none, with over half of Hyderabad's population below 35 years. Programs like Class Bridge Academia with industry, ensuring not just today's talent, but also tomorrow's leadership. GCCs are not only contributing to companies, but also to the nation's growth story. They generate quality employment, transfer global best practices, advance research and innovation, and connect India to world markets. The future belongs to those who build bridges, not walls. And GCCs are those very bridges that connect India with the world. As our Honorable Prime Minister envisions Viksit Bharat by 2047, GCCs will play a crucial role in achieving that dream. They will strengthen digital economies, nurture innovation ecosystems, and make India a self-reliant global leader. Looking to the future, the possibilities are vast. AI, quantum computing, biotechnology, clean energy, and sustainable urban solutions. Telangana is committed to being a trusted partner in this transformative journey. We are investing in future tech, skill development, startup incubation, and public-private partnerships. As Ratan Tata reminds us, I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions that make them right. Telangana has chosen that very path of decisive action. I extend my warm congratulations to Dr. Sri Rakesh Sinha and SSF Global for convening this conclave. Your efforts to unite thought leaders, professionals, and innovators from across the GCC spectrum are truly commendable. Platforms like these encourage knowledge, collaboration, and joint innovation. I am confident SSF Global will continue to shape the future of GCC in India and globally. I wish that their endeavors continue to bring success and inspiration to all those who are associated with this vision. I once again thank the organizers for inviting me. I extend my best wishes to all participants for fruitful deliberations in the coming sessions. Together, let us build a stronger Telangana, a stronger India, and a brighter world. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much for your very encouraging words, sir. On behalf of SSF Global, we would like to honor our chief guest with a memento and shawl. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence. May I now request Sri Atluri, founder and CEO, Quality Engineering Foundation to present a vote of thanks.
Honorable Governor Jishnudev Vermaji, thank you so much for your delivery, and what you spoke was fantastic and really touching the entire nerve system of India. The GCCs, particularly established across the world, is very different than the way they are growing in Telangana. Thank you so much for joining us, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Really, we thank you for joining this and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much.
Requesting everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Janaganamana Adinash,
Friends, that brings us, Mike, please. That brings us to the end of the inaugural session. May I request 3 seats to be removed from here as we get ready for the interaction which follows. 3 ये बड़ी वाली हटा दो. Friends, we move on. We will now have an interaction with a visionary entrepreneur, Shri BVR Mohan Reddy, who will be in conversation with Rakesh Sinha. Shri BVR Mohan Reddy, founder, chairman and board member, Scient, also founder director, T-Hub. Shri BVR Mohan Reddy is a pioneering technocrat, entrepreneur and institution builder who transformed the global perception of India's engineering capabilities. In 1991, he founded Scient, formerly Infotech Enterprises, with a vision to deliver world-class engineering and technology solutions from India to the world. Under his leadership, Scient grew into a multinational powerhouse, serving Fortune 100 clients. His influence extends far beyond business. As chairman of NASSCOM and in leadership positions at the CII, Dr. Reddy has shaped policies, promoted digital transformation, and championed the growth of India's IT and engineering sectors. A passionate proponent of education and entrepreneurship, Dr. Reddy serves as chairman of the Board of Governors at IIT Hyderabad and IIT Roorkee. For his outstanding contributions, Dr. Reddy has been honored with numerous awards, including the Padma Shri. We welcome Shri BVR Mohan Reddy, who will be in conversation with Mr. Rakesh Sinha. And the discussion is about India's growing significance, major hubs for tech and innovation GCCs.
Thank you. You need a hand mic, I guess. No, I'm okay with this.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good afternoon, good evening. I know with the kind of protocols we had to follow, and I took a couple of minutes extra. I took permission of Mr. Mohan Reddy to wear my shoes back before I come back for a conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mohan Reddy, for being here. As we are calling, this session is all about interaction with a visionary entrepreneur. And I think who better than him? We heard Shri J. Chaudhary a little while ago how the journey of the tech ecosystem evolved over the last 4 decades. And he has been part of building that industry by taking some bold and courageous moves. So, Mr. Mohan Reddy, you have been one of the visionaries and pioneers who thought of engineering as a service, that too from India 3 decades ago. Right. And I can tell you many companies are still trying to figure it out what to do. And it was like a revolutionary entrepreneurial move. When you reflect today, how do you see it? Was there any plan B in the mind? Some thoughts from you.
Thank you, Rakesh. First, let me thank SSF Global, Rakesh Sinha, and his team for inviting me here. It's indeed a privilege for me to be in the middle of such a large number of GCC leaders who are intellectuals by themselves and leading great organizations, just not in India, being part of global companies. Thank you very much, Rakesh, again for inviting me here today. So lesson 1 for me as an entrepreneur is that, you need to do something which is distinctively different from others. That's number 1 that I keep telling people. That if I were to have started one more IT services company, I'm not very sure I probably would have had a seat on the dais today. I'd have probably been lost with many other people around there. It was new. Certainly, I think the second lesson for entrepreneurs is the ability to take risks. Risk taking becomes yet another important ingredient for people to become successful thereafter. If it was a tried path, then what's the excitement in it? There's nothing new. There's nothing likely to succeed. So that was the second lesson I had. So I tried a path which was less proven ahead of time. No denying it was a path not so smooth, but we overcame those paths. Certainly, what leaves behind in mind now is extreme levels of gratification. Just not building a company like what I have today. I have a company which is about 18,000 people strong, a revenue of about $900 million, a market cap of about $2 to $3 billion, depending upon which way the Western world is looking at India. But leaving that apart, more importantly, I had the opportunity of providing leadership to a new category called ER&D services, which was never heard about 32 years back. But interestingly, it has grown to become a $40 billion industry. That's where it is, Rakesh, right now. And it seems to be the fastest growing industry segment within the broad purview of IT services. To your question, Rakesh, about did I have a plan B? That's my third lesson to entrepreneurs. There's nothing called plan B for a startup. If you have a plan B, then your conviction for plan A is not 100%. I'm saying hell or heaven. we'll make it work. That's what we made it happen. Not necessarily, I keep saying, everybody can say the same or everybody else can do the same. There is certainly pitfalls, and you should know the right time to build up. But don't start with an idea. I have a plan A and a plan B. So therefore, my conviction to my plan A made me successful to be where I am today.
So nice, very well articulated. I think there's a lot of learning for many young entrepreneurs like me, particularly this plan A and plan B, and how to be that courageous to take that bold move at the right time. Just wanted to build it further. I think when you started, and I think in the undivided AP government was actually very pioneering in terms of collaborating with the industry leaders and many like you, and across the globe. And they did a lot of initiatives to encourage organizations to come and be part of in AP, Andhra Pradesh. And SSFG, as SSF Global, we also work with some of the organizations and very keen to contribute to the government of Telangana and AP to spread this whole AI-powered GCCs. Now, many state governments are taking that initiatives now, following that path of what government of Andhra Pradesh did a few years ago. And they want to promote tier 2, tier 3 cities. From your experience point of view, what is the kind of advice you like to give to organizations like ours or many sitting here and the government? And how you think this can be fast-tracked, looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities?
Thank you, Rakesh. Again, certainly, I think there was a fairly large amount of vision that was there behind making Hyderabad successful. I certainly have to acknowledge my dear friend, Mr. J. Chowdhury, the visionary leader, who helped build Hyderabad to where it is, the state of Andhra Pradesh to be where it is in terms of IT technology. Thank you very much, Chowdhury Garu. Can you join your hands? We've also been recognized with an award. It just happens on the lighter side, both Mr. Chowdhury and I used to be having office in the same building. It's called Maitri Vanam in Amirpet, Huda complex it was. Both of us had offices in the northeast corner. He was in the 4th floor and I was in the 6th floor. So everybody used to think that both became successful, not because of their efforts, but because of the vastu that was there in the northeast corner of the building. But that's on the lighter side, but it definitely meant enormous amount of effort to be where we are at this point of time. But to the point that you made, Rakesh, about tier 2 and tier 3 towns, I've been an early adopter of tier 2 towns far ahead of many others. Hindsight tells me maybe I was a little more ahead of than actually it should have been. 15 years back, I went and opened a center in Kakinada. Kakinada is a small town in the east coast of Andhra Pradesh. I had some connectivity to it, and more importantly, there was a fairly strong political push. And we said everything was working out together, and we went ahead and opened that. We grew it. You can't believe it, to 1,000 people at one point of time. We're now down to about 300 to 400 of them, but it was 1,000 people facility that we had. But then I think, we have several learnings that came out of it. It is not what is the big incentive the government gave to us is primarily saying that we'll give you free land. So I got about 5 acres of 10 acres of land, which I don't feel good at this point of time because it's right now surrendered on one side by an auto nagar, which is a tinkering place for all the accident vehicles. On the other side, it's lush green paddy crop. So there is fairly large amount of challenges we have in terms of subsoil sinking constantly by a few inches every year. That's what is happening to that particular facility. But leaving apart, incentive could be one that the government gave. But the rest of it is something which was challenging for us because the rest of the infrastructure, which comes to in tier 2, tier 3 towns then, and even now to a certain extent, is something which we need to address. There are issues relating to schools. There are schools for children, especially for the mid-level managers. There are challenges associated with the healthcare facilities for aging parents. Again, whether it's the, not so much so the young engineers, but for the middle-level managers. But more importantly, the social pressure that came on the younger engineers. one of the things that I keep telling people that is that attrition levels at one point of time were also something which was out of the whack. They were not even in line with cities like Hyderabad or Bangalore, even more than that. And we went back to find out what the reason were. The moment they got experience, they were all now enamored to go to the larger cities like Hyderabad and Bangalore. So therefore, I think what the government has to do further, if tier 2 towns and tier 3 towns have to become more successful, is A, to create that infrastructure. An infrastructure which creates just not the physical infrastructure, but the ecosystem that goes along with it. The ecosystem which says, I need to have nicer places to go, restaurants, pubs, evening time to spend. So what other than that would you find as a major attraction in cities like Hyderabad or Bangalore compared to a place like Kakinada? Or there's no denying at all, opportunities people say are much larger, but once these smaller towns also grow in size, the opportunities also will grow along with it. So therefore, the infrastructure gets created by the government, but equally important is people said there's fairly large amount of talent availability. It's true, India has a lot of talent and especially a lot of digital talent. But then one of the things that you have to recognize is that this talent, the skills that the talent has are outdated, number one. And number two, it's very patchy. You find it varying from time to time, from place to place, group to group, and so on and so forth. So enormous amount of effort required in terms of skilling these people. So if those two things are done, infrastructure as well as the talent getting even in terms of skills, I think tier 2 towns, tier 3 towns provide a great amount of opportunity for India.
No, absolutely. I think we have seen it. I think it has been patchy. The same point of time, the kind of commitment you rightly said you can receive from a tier 2, tier 3 is phenomenal. And I think again you took a plunge of setting up a center like that so long ago, and it has reaped benefits. Just building on that same point, I think there are various global factors, considerations, which is there, and we are trying to understand what is the future outlook for the GCCs and IT industry in India. What are the potential growth areas? Some thoughts from.
Sure. I think the headline to me is that opportunity is enormous for GCCs or otherwise as we look into future. I think we are in the middle of a technology tsunami, largely driven by AI. And I believe every industry will be impacted, which inevitably says that there will be more amount of opportunities that will get created. There are going to be plenty of opportunities that will come by. So it is absolutely true with GCCs too. The other thing I like to call out and acknowledge all the leaders who are here, and I feel very proud about it, the type of transformation you have done to the GCCs itself. I'm sure Mr. J. Chaudhary will agree with me that the GCCs of the previous era were far different from what you people have with you. Mostly it was BPO, business process outsourcing, or subsequently called as BPM, doing back office work, call centers, transcripts, and so on and so forth. But whereas I've walked into a few of them in the recent past, I felt very, very pleased about it that they all have become innovation centers. They are at the leading edge of technology at this point of time. So given that they are focusing on innovation at this point of time, they are at this point of time focusing more in terms of product development, doing more amount of intellectual property generation from India. I think the future for GCCs looks extremely bright. And it continues to be, India has, people talk about demographic dividend. It's not demographic dividend of one time. It is continuous. The window is open for at least next 20 years, if not 25 years. You'll still get this tremendous amount of talent pipeline. And the key challenge we'll talk about in a minute is also to make sure how well we can use this talent is the key challenge we have. But the sum total is that the future for GCCs, the opportunities are plenty in India. And if you ask me saying that which areas do GCCs focus on, I think it depends upon what their subject matter expertise is. But every area has opportunities, every industry, whether it is financial services, it's insurance, it's manufacturing, it's healthcare, and so on and so forth. But if you specifically call out technologies, I think some of them, the Honorable Governor also called them out. whether it is AI, it is ML, the blockchain, the semicon business, the sustainability. These are the areas which seem to have enormous amount of potential as we move forward.
Absolutely. Thanks for that thought. And I just want to take this further. And I'm sure all of us sitting here will have a very curious question in their mind. On behalf of everyone here, I wanted to ask you, if you have to do a SWOT analysis of the Indian IT and GCC industry, what would you say are the strengths, weaknesses, those opportunities and threats?
Well, I think we talked about it to a certain extent in the last few minutes. The strength of India is certainly the talent pool that we have, the large amount of digital talent pool that India has at this point of time, the young population that it has, and the ability to for them to learn. I think that's the biggest strength that we have. The talent is the key thing that we believe is the first one that I'll call out as a strength. And the second one is the ecosystem that we have built. I think the connectivity between what, again, Mr. J. Chaudhary is doing with the startup ecosystem, with ISF is the institution that he runs at this juncture, and even SSF, right, that is trying to do, the ability to connect institutions of this nature with academia on one side, industry on one side, that ecosystem build up is, I think, very strong. I think the Honorable Governor also called out several other institutions which are there in Telangana, like whether it is TASK, he said he also called out RICH. These are some of the institutions which certainly help us in terms of moving this momentum in innovation that I believe is the strength that we have. And certainly the third one that I also will call out is that there's a fairly large amount of global thrust. I think the mindset, if you look at companies and the people who work in these companies, all think about global scenarios. If you look at the weakness, I just called it out. I think as much as our strength is our people, our weakness is also our people. It's the skills which is the challenge that we have with the people. My new passion in life is all about education. People called out, I run 2 of the IITs for Government of India, but I also run 2 NITs for Government of India. There are 4 academic institutions centrally funded with me, which are under my leadership. And these, of course, are premium education institutions. People do not understand there are 23 IITs at this point of time. There are 29 NITs in the country, but all together don't produce more than 1% of the engineering talent in this country. What gets produced by the private engineering colleges or state engineering colleges. And what we have as a big challenge is we don't still have the right infrastructure. We don't have the right faculty to ensure that we get the skills of the future into the hands of these children who are graduating, who actually are the people who will build Viksit Bharat. I keep saying it's not my responsibility to build Viksit Bharat area in my life. It's the responsibility of the graduating students at this point of time who will participate for the next 25 years in building this industry, building this country, nation building, to ensure that we truly become Viksit Bharat. So the weakness I see at this point of time is talent on one side is the strength, but talent is also weakness. We need to get these skills evened across so that, we also will have opportunities in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns too. Now, let's look at the opportunities that come by. We called out some of them. Technology is at its best. We don't think that it's slowing down in any way. It's, if I like to call it out, I'll say it's becoming faster and faster. And if you look at those 4 pillars I keep talking them about, one is the pillar of computers, storage, etc. And the second one was communication. The third one is the sensors. And fourth one is the algorithms. In all 4 of them, I think that we're just at the very beginning before the explosion would happen. Computers will become faster, cheaper, smaller. They're becoming so in the last 50 years, 1975, 1976, when Gordon Moore called it out. But what we see is it will still continue for another 50 more years, if not longer. I don't know. And say is the case with connectivity. With now 5G technologies with a latency which is less than 1 millisecond, it certainly creates enormous amount of opportunities for us. So therefore, the technology revolution being what it is, there are fairly large number of opportunities. And finally, if you look at threats, I'm sure you hear them, see them, feel them every morning. Truth, truth, truth social will tell you a new threat that comes across to you every morning. So this tariff barriers, protectionism, these are the ones which I feel will continue to be threats for all of us, just not the GCCs. So these are the landscape that I see, Rakesh.
I think very well articulated this strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. And I think many of us would like to take some of these back to our own organizations to really see how we can work on those opportunities and at the same time try to respond to some of these weaknesses. And you rightly talked about, I think there's 1.6 million engineers produced every year, and they're not all from NITs and IITs. I think
Yes.
there's a huge contrast we can see from that point of view. So talent is a strength and a weakness as well. And I think there's a lot of contribution needs to
Yes,
go
Rakesh.
there very clearly. Just wanted to take a view from you in terms of there's a hatful of leaders sitting here. They all are representing large global capability centers, working with large global organizations, different complexities, different challenges. And we, as a leader, we have an onus to even keep the flag high by saying India is a GCC capital. We produce on one side 1.6 million engineers, which is our strength. At the same point of time, we also know there are some challenges and weaknesses, and headquarters are demanding something differently. So, what kind of if you have to say, there are two top guidance or suggestions you would like to share with us by saying we should keep in the mind by how we should sustain that GCC's growth?
Um, Certainly, I think this is something which is very important to me. And not that I'm obsessed with it, but I certainly feel it's so critical at this point of time. Is that my humble request to the GCCs also is to focus on talent. Don't just go and recruit the people that are available at this point of time. At, I'm sure you can afford it. So therefore, it's 10%, 15%. There doesn't seem to be end to it in terms of raise, in terms of costs. And the talent pipeline is not certainly being filled up. And somebody else has to do the job. And that cannot be just done by one company, two companies, three companies. It has to be all of us together. You may be GCCs, I'm a domestic company, or I'm a global company which is based out of Hyderabad. But all of us have the responsibility of growing the right talent with skills in this country. So therefore, my request to all of you is to look at the pipeline of talent that we have and spend some more time and effort in terms of improving the talent, whether it's the industry academia connect to make sure that we get that talent industry ready, rather than go and just take people from the market, the competitor, the rest of the companies. I think we should definitely focus ourselves in skilling people for future. And that, I think, that capability exists very much with the GCCs and the other industries too. So therefore, my first suggestion to my friends from the GCC community is please focus on talent, building the talent pipeline in ensuring that, we have a large pipe and we have an industry which will grow in this nation. The second one, if you permit me, Rakesh, is all about inclusive growth. I think, a nation can certainly become very strong with inclusive growth. You're a part of the nation building. GCs are an important leg. We have the Honorable Governor said 1,700, but the last number that I had was 1,800. And the last number that I also saw is that they employ 1.8 million professionals. It is about 30% of the total. The total professionals that are getting directly employed by the IT industry in India is about 6 million. So this is about 30% of it. It's a large part of it. That large part. So you are a part of our nation building. So, but if the nation has to build together well, inclusivity becomes extremely important. So therefore, please think about the tier 2 towns, the tier 3 towns, making sure that we have, if not the 50% of women employees, getting them to at least the 35s and 40s. That's what we need to push ourselves. That's when you'll help us in terms of truly realizing Viksit Bharat for this nation. Or, the rest of the stuff that are ingredients to become inclusive is sustainability, the ESG initiatives that have to be put in place. These are some of the things which will help us in terms of building a nation. And you are as responsible as I am because we're all part of this journey.
I think absolutely. We all are responsible for that inclusive development, and we all should take and make that commitment that we'll be doing whatever it takes to have this inclusive development happen. With this, I think I'm very keen to hear some thoughts or questions from anyone here. For any questions for Mr. Mohan Reddy, I think can we have a mic for Shri Jay Chaudhary here, please? Yeah, there's a mic here already. There's a mic in the back, please.
Thank you, Mohan Reddy garu, for your excellent insights, not only for the GCCs, for all the rest of the industries.
Thank you.
Recently, Mohan Reddy garu, I was in New York. I met one CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. They're mostly into IT services. I asked him, what is the impact of AI, generative AI, on the manpower? He said, don't quote me, but 70% of the programming is going to be automated. And they employ several lakhs of people around the globe. So what will be the challenging environment in India with 6 million people working in this IT industry and majority of them doing the rudimentary programming? What will happen to, how do we take care of this challenge? Mohan Reddy garu.
Thank you, Chaudhary garu. Very good question. I happen to have an opportunity to have this conversation with Mr. Nandan Nilekani about a couple of weeks back. We had lunch together. And the same question that comes up. But we believe the impact you're saying, 70% is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is that the AI could be a profound impact as electricity had on mankind, or discovery of wheel had on mankind. That's the type of impact AI could create. So it's going to be a very, very serious challenge that we have. But here is what we feel, that the number of people that are going to be used in project, take the example of coding will come down. So number of projects that will be used in a project will come down. But I think there'll be an exponential increase in terms of number of projects. There are areas we never thought about that technology will be used. Look at education at this point of time. In education, you can, and I keep saying, I'm sorry, I'll give more examples of education because that's where I spend my time, is that I keep saying, whom does the teacher teach? Even in IIT systems, the first 10% of the class. And the output is amazing is because, not because he's the teacher, is because the students are good. But you look at the rest of the people, so therefore, they're not as good. The key reason for it is that the impact of the teacher is not so intense. Whereas now, with an AI system in education, you can have individual learning paths for each child. So which effectively means that the pace at which a child learns, the computer keeps track of them. That's how they try to get them inputs. They also bring their level up. It's both-way process. You have a check and thereafter you get an elevation. So the result is there will be number of projects that will be exponentially growing, in whether it is education, agriculture, logistics, healthcare, name it, they'll all be there. So I think there could be a temporary aberration that would happen as people, because the key to it would also lie in people being reskilled. The reskilling part may take a little bit of time, but I think in the long run, I think mankind will definitely get benefited out of it.
Any other questions? I think time's up, but is a short question, if anyone is having a short question. No. Very nice. Thank you. I'm happy because I think time's up and I think we finished on time.
Thank you,
Mr. Mohan.
Thank you, Rakesh.
Absolutely.
Thank you for those very interesting questions that you had for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was a wonderful and very interesting and engaging chat with Sri BBR Mohan Reddy. May I request Mr. Rakesh Sinha to offer a memento to Sri BBR Mohan Reddy, thanking him for his valuable inputs and time.
One more of these. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Rakesh.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
again.
I just wanted to make a quick a point here as a reference. I think it's a pleasure to have two legends here today. Shri J. Chaudhary, as you witnessed, he was recognized by SSF as a visionary and a pioneering leader. And Shri BVR Mohan Reddy has already been recognized by SSF as a visionary and a pioneering leader back in 2016. So, a round of applause for both of them, please. Thank you.
Okay, picture.
May I request 5 more seats to be placed? 5 more seats,
Pleasure.
total of 7 are required. Friends, we move on to the next session, which is Insights from Experts, the strategic role of GCCs in delivering business outcomes. What are the accelerators, gears, levers, and the brake? The participants are, I request you to join us on stage once it's set up, but I will start reading out your names and brief bios. Anant Rao Rudravaram, VP Technology and Managing Director, SMC Squared India, which is a part of Hexaware. Anant brings over 30 years of experience in enterprise architecture, technology leadership, and global talent strategy, and now steers innovation as Vice President of Technology and Managing Director, India at SMC Squared. Anant is passionate about building global capability centers from the ground up, treating them like startups within enterprises. Successfully built and scaled GCCs worldwide, including in the Americas, Europe, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Please welcome Anant Rao Rudravaram. We'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Chirag Boch, Global Service Delivery Leader at Mercer. With over 3 decades of experience, Chirag has consistently redefined excellence in shared services and global capability centers. As the Global Service Delivery Leader at Mercer India, he orchestrates seamless operations that span geographies, cultures, and industries, ensuring delivery models that align perfectly with business strategy and long-term growth. Welcome, Chirag. The applause can be louder, I'm quite sure of that. And certainly we have to have a loud applause for Geeta Ramamurthy, MD India, KBR. Geeta brings over 3 decades of multifaceted leadership across engineering, operations, finance, digital transformation, and business innovation. Now, at the helm of KBR's India operations, she's shaping the company's trajectory across Chennai, Gurgaon, and Pune, leading with strategic clarity and unshakable vision. Warm welcome to you, Geeta. Ramit Gupta, Senior Partner and VP IBM Consulting India South Asia. Ramit is the driving force behind IBM Consulting's finance and supply chain transformation across India and South Asia. As Senior Partner and Vice President, he leads a comprehensive service line spanning strategy, technology deployment, and operations designed to empower CFOs and executive leadership with end-to-end advisory, system implementation, and process delivery. Welcome to Ramit. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi, CEO, GCC Adani Group. Dr. Rastogi is a seasoned business leader with nearly 3 decades of international experience in building, scaling, and transforming global capability centers and shared services. He currently serves as the CEO of the Adani Group's Global Capability Center, India's first multi-industry, multifunctional GCC designed to support the group's diverse businesses across energy, infrastructure, logistics, digital platforms, and emerging sectors. Warm welcome to you, Dr. Rastogi, Shri Atluri, President and CEO, Quality Engineering Foundation. Shri Atluri is a proven C-level executive who has an exceptional track record of leading high-performing global organizations for more than 30 years. He is a fearless and visionary leader who has consistently pushed boundaries through a transformational thought process. Welcome, Shri Atluri. And to moderate this session, we have Abhinav Goyal, Senior Vice President, Strategic Initiatives, SSF Global. Abhinav is a seasoned business leader with over 2 decades of experience in finance, consulting, global capability centers, and enterprise services transformation, currently serving as Senior Vice President, Strategic Initiatives at SSF Global and Quintes Global. So it's over to you, Abhinav, to take this forward.
Okay. Is my mic working? Yeah, it is. Perfect. So I literally have an opportunity to dance with the stars today when proven, seasoned, and accomplished leaders. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure, privilege to welcome you all and welcoming you all to the crossroads of global business growth and technology and talent-driven transformation. For a minute, I thought I would ask you all to look at GCCs, Global Capability Centers, and equate them with a fast, smooth, high-performing car. Okay. If I could request somebody to just put that up on the screen for me as well, because that's what we're trying to talk about today. We're trying to talk about levers, accelerators, gears, and brakes when it comes to GCCs, and how do we use each one of them to really drive the next wave of growth and transformation and success for our global organizations. And that's the 4 themes that we cover. When we talk about accelerators, we talk about things like technology, like artificial intelligence, right? I mean, those are accelerators. Talent is a huge accelerator. How do we actually leverage that accelerator? When we talk about gears, we're talking about things like metrics. How do we measure ourselves? What kind of governance platforms do we have? And how are we leveraging them? When we talk about levers, we are talking about things which will help us catapult ourselves into the next phase of growth. And finally, of course, brakes, things that we need to be watchful about, situations that we need to be watchful about, and how are we actually addressing them? Things like geopolitical uncertainty or ethical concerns with technology, data privacy, all of that, right? How do we actually handle that? So that's what we're going to be talking about: accelerators, levers, gears, and brakes. And I have a set of questions that I'm going to be putting in front of this esteemed panel. I'm not going to be talking much. I expect for the next 60 minutes to have a conversation with the group here. And perhaps I could start with Sanjeev. Sanjeev is somebody whose journey I have closely been observing. Of course, a long time back, we come from the same sort of alma mater in terms of our experience, American Express. Your blood is a little bit blue once you've been with Amex. So Sanjeev, let me start with you. You know, you're building a very inspirational GCC with Adani, right? I mean, we talk about GCCs being global, international organizations. Adani, of course, is coming from India. It's global, right? It's a huge conglomerate. But when we talk about Adani GCC, we talk a little bit about the mother of all GCCs, and those kind of terminologies come to play. So I'd love to hear from you. As you started setting up the Adani GCC and the journey over the last couple of years that you've had, of course, we've seen rapid growth in the GCC. What kind of accelerators have you been focusing on that have really worked for you, whether it's technology? How fast have you gone with it? Have you really put your foot on the pedal, or you're more comfortable with driving in the cruise mode? How are you leveraging these accelerators from a talent technology standpoint?
So Abhinav, I hope everybody can hear me, right? So let's understand the landscape of Adani Group. So we are currently a 6 lakh crore assets group with 900 legal entities, 11 listed entities, 700 sites, and 25 different business units or businesses. So if you look at a parent and a GCC, you support a business and your parent, and you do this. So when Gautam called us to create this GCC, so we had to first of all consolidate and then also support all these number of sites, legal entities, assurance, the numbers we publish, and we had to keep the business running because these are listed entities. You can't stop. So well, when you bring your parent to here, you are bringing the processes which are more transactional or more when you start with. Here, two things majorly happened. One was the consolidation and support data sites. And while we are acquiring and growing a group which is more than 25% annually and growing internationally, the second thing was we had to look at is a greenfield approach. So everything said that 90% of processes, anything in finance, anything in HR, anything other process would move into GCC. So the whole organization was undergoing a change. It was not activities and processes which were moving. It was the entire function which was moving, and only remaining strategy would remain in the business units. So it required a massive amount of change, communication, consolidation at our level. So obviously this is a journey. So what we focused initially was that how do we consolidate? How do we standardize how things were, doing that management of change, and what's the engagement model with the sites and the people would be, the business unit would be. So we did that for the first 6 months. Of course, what we have promised the group is that we will not incrementally, we are poised to grow X number of times in the next couple of years, the way the group is growing. But will not increase the headcount, will use the technology and capabilities to manage that growth. For example, if you're going to have a 3x growth and 900 to 3,000 legal entities and that kind of, we spend a capex of 1.5 billion every year. So if that kind of growth, will not increase the headcount, we'll manage that, we'll have equal number of humans and agentic workforce coming and working with us to manage that kind of growth. So we coined a term called 4Es, which we took from our friend Rakesh. The one was, the very first basic was efficiency, that how the GCs will bring the efficiency, how we can bring improvement in productivity. And that we have been able to do because when we started consolidating, we gave upfront savings because we are consolidating. The second thing was very important for us, effectiveness. That are we able to declare our results? Are we able to comply? Are we able to give the assurance to the group in terms of what activities we are doing? The third was the experience, both internal and external stakeholders. We had ABEX earlier, which was a world-class organization, so we leveraged that capability. So that is the third part. And the last one, which is more important, is the excellence, the COEs. And we are creating COEs through Operations Excellence, Six Sigma, Lean Sigma. And now we have an engine, which is, we have a very strong partnership with our digital team, our IT team, to implement some of the world-class solutions in terms of, so what we are looking at, we have a roadmap of 5 years already and 3 years in between, that how the GCC will look like in terms of the workforce, both skill-wise, both people-wise, and both digital as well. So to answer your question in a nutshell, I think we are looking at 3 major levers. One is how the talent landscape will change, how the digital and processes will change, and how the growth will be supplemented through our engagement model. So I think we are looking at those. So talent and technology is, of course,
Sure.
and of course the transformation is the third lever. So I call it 3 Ts, which will define our growth for next 3 to 5 years.
Yep. Thank you so much, Sanjeev. And while Sanjeev was talking about talent, technology, transformation, he also spoke about the levers that you've been using, the things that you've been leveraging. And I think one of the things which has also happened fabulously well is the gears, the overall alignment and the mandate within the organization and how everybody has sort of come together. I think that really is a secret sauce for me. So thank you so much for sharing that, Sanjeev. I wanted to ask a question around AI, and I thought, Ramit, you might be a good person to look into that, given IBM's fantastic work on artificial intelligence over years and continuing to remain a front runner in this. So the question I have is, how do you leverage AI as an accelerator in your GCC? And I know IBM has built a fabulous GCC of its own, while you consult and provide those services to others, but you have a fabulous GCC within IBM. So how do you leverage AI as an accelerator in your GCC to drive measurable business outcomes? And what were the key challenges, or what are the key challenges in scaling up these initiatives across the enterprise?
So thanks for that question, Abhinav. So first of all, thank you for having us here. As you mentioned, IBM has been on this journey of what we call as GBS at that time, around 2 decades back. We had centralized a lot of our operations, and there were some 8 business functions: finance, procurement, HR, etc., all enabling functions we had centralized, and we had announced to the street a saving of around $8 to $10 billion. This is almost a decade and a half back. Okay, and after that, we have been on this journey ever since. On our chairman CEO, Mr. Arvind Krishna, had announced to the street a cost takeout of around $3 billion at the start of 2023. And at least I was taken by surprise, and a lot of my peers also did not know what suddenly came and hit. And that was the time when Gen AI was just catching up. And there was a very concerted effort being initiated right top down. We had we had launched a program called Transform to Grow. This was chaired by our COO, and there were fortnightly meetings which were conducted directly at Arvind's level, and all enabling functions contributed to it, whether it's IT, finance, HR, etc. And the challenge thrown out was that we are a technology company ourselves. We have IT products ourselves, AI products. So why don't we drink our own champagne and test it on ourselves? And we called it a client zero story. So that's what has been done. We surprised ourselves and we surprised the street. When we exited 2024, we actually saved $3.5 billion against the target of $3 billion. And this year, it's already, the target has increased to $4.5 billion. So we are just not stopping. And as I did say, this is coming from all our enabling functions. I think the way we have been able to successfully do it is, I think we are fundamentally moving from plus AI to AI plus. What I mean by that is we are not leaving anything untouched. Any process has to be relooked as if you are starting in today's age. So it's AI plus, it's AI enabled rather than AI as an afterthought, right? So that fundamentally brings about changes. It puts pressure on everybody. There's a significant change management expectation. And there's a very program which you have, which is under this Transform to Grow. There are teams which are running squads, sprints. It's a typical agile garage way of doing it. You go down, present an idea, get funding for 2 weeks of work, go back and prove that it can unlock value, and then you scale it up. So that's the way we have been able to do that. And fortunately, the street has recognized that. Stock prices have gone up over the last year. So I think AI has arrived.
Those are audacious numbers, 3 billion and 4.5 billion. So audacious numbers with fabulous cycles. Thank you so much, Ramit, for sharing that. Let me talk a little bit about talent, and perhaps Chirag, from you, given how accomplished a leader you have been all throughout your career, somebody again we look up as an inspiration. So this is around talent and upskilling, because you all talk about that. This is such a relevant topic, and something I'm very passionate about. So the question is, how have talent upskilling programs acted as accelerators for your GCC strategic role, particularly in fostering a culture of innovation and retaining top performers? Yep, that's right.
So in terms, I was just attending the session earlier, and one of the what Mr. Reddy was saying is what we've actually implemented, right? So we have a very clear mandate that we will recruit people from universities, from engineering colleges, from business schools, rather than always hiring lateral talent. So that's the first thing that we do. So in any year, at least 1/3 of our people that we hire would be from colleges, and we put them through a actually training program. So that's the first thing that we've done, and it's really worked well for us, right? Because you get people who are technology is not an acquired skill for them; they already come with that skill. So the first thing that we've done. The second thing that we've done is that we really partner with some of the universities and business schools where we or somebody like NIA, where we actually work with them to really set up a program for which we can really get talent readily available for us to work directly into our organized, right? So there's a second thing that we do. And the third and most important thing that we really do is to ensure that for any new program that we do, we actually put them into this particular. So we actually try and push the envelope a little bit more in terms of trying to ensure that any such programs we have a full. I mean, I was a management trainee when I joined long time ago. We follow the similar program within Mercer to ensure that they follow that, and from there we really take them on to what their eventual job is going. That's really worked well for us. So we build bottom up, train them, upskill existing people rather than always by lateral talent from the market. So that's the process we follow.
Yep, no, courageous. And I personally think as leaders, we need to be courageous and we need to take a slightly different approach to talent, like you're taking, hiring fresh people, right? I mean, not always looking for ready talent. I mean, the fresher they are, the more the opportunity for us to skill them and mold them and really get them into.
Somebody took a chance on us. That's why we are here, right?
Absolutely.
So that's what we need
Absolutely.
to do the same.
Absolutely. So, Gita, I wanted to hear your perspective on talent and how you are using talent in your organization, or have done it over the last few years, to make talent a true accelerator for your GCC.
Right. Thanks. Before I start, I'd like to just talk about the company that I represent, Kellogg Brown and Root, or KBR as it's called. It's slightly maybe different to maybe majority of the companies that have GCCs in India. I mean, we are not a pure play IT or a software technology company, but it's more of a company that has two large businesses. One is called Mission Technology Solutions, which caters to defense and space, and working with the likes of NASA. And the other part, which is called Sustainable Technology Solutions, which is where India comes into play, is all to do with technologies related to ammonia, hydrocarbons, petrochemicals, and all of that. So in that context, for us, the evolution has been somewhat slow. So originally, when we started off by having a center in India, we set up an office in Gurgaon about 15 years back, primarily to cater to the process technology licenses and providing the catalyst and proprietary equipment which are integral to this business. But then we started to expand the value chain by setting up engineering, centers of excellence in Chennai, and then more recently in Bangalore. And we also have a presence in Pune. When we followed the traditional journey in terms of setting up like a long corridor operation and then slowly evolving it into a resource center and then making it a center, capability center as we call it today, but also in some sense trying to turn it into a transformation hub. I wouldn't say we've arrived, we've conquered it all. No, we are still on that path. But I would say that in the last 3 years, there's been a terrific transformation in terms of not just capacity, but also in terms of capability. So I would call it as 3 C's: capacity, capability, and the last one is customer centricity. Simply because as capability centers, more often than not, our teams don't necessarily work very closely with the clients. Our clients are geographically distributed, and then we have to create the opportunities for those people to either get an opportunity to be there when the project is going into commissioning stage, or if there is an opportunity for them to be part of construction management team, because we are an engineering services company. So for us, talent is absolutely the recipe for success, and we have to layer it with empowering them to keep learning and improving. I'll just tell you as an example, most of the people in our industry are risk averse, I would say, engineers, because they are used to delivering projects in the oil and gas industry, highly safety critical, in a traditional manner. Therefore, when you try to introduce something new, there's often that question, will it work? What's in it there for me? My client is not asking for it. So trying to bring new technologies, new solutions for them to adopt, to drive that efficiency that, Dr. Sanjeev was talking about, trying to drive that, higher quality. It means that you need to win the hearts and minds of our people. So what we did was really to take them along on that journey, show them those small wins initially, and then prove that, by actually adopting and embracing new ways of working, by driving more creative thinking and innovating, we will be able to deliver better value. And when I mention capability, I just want to elaborate a bit more. We not only started to deliver, smaller packages initially, but now we are delivering end-to-end projects to the client without any, guidance or support from our home offices, which is a big thing for us in that industry. And that has also led to a point where, we are winning projects as direct to India, which again is a huge step forward and holds a lot of promise for future growth for our teams.
Yep. Thank you, Geeta. I think that's excellent. I mean, the more time our GCC workforce spends talking to the business or working directly with the business, the exponential the learning becomes. The value that the GCC then brings to the business grows, and I think that's the true incentive for people as well, right? They want to grow as business people. So thank you so much. There's a question, Shri. I would love to hear your views on it. There's a last question on accelerator, and I would also love to hear your views on it, Anand, on the same question once Shri has spoken to us. The third accelerator, besides talent and technology, is partnerships. And I would love to hear your views about external partnerships. In your experience, which external partnerships serve as the most effective accelerators for delivering high impact business outcomes? And how does a leader measure the success of these partnerships that you're building with these external partners?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thanks for the opportunities to speak. Partnerships, particularly external, when you look at it, it's the value they're bringing in. And also, don't be biased in identifying the partner. And the bias can be because of your past experience. Bias can be because you know them, you worked with them, but be open-minded in understanding the market. If you really look at some of the captives that were built long time ago, and some of the consulting firms, the body shopping firms, they actually turned that entire model into, I'm providing GCC. Even though the definition is not the same, the firms, the enterprises would like to work with them because of the proximity, not because of the talent, not because of anything else. I think that notion of identifying that partnership and creating the level playing field without having any bias must be based on meritocracy, not based on anything else. That's one thing. And also, when you look at partnerships, be bold in accepting technology or innovation. Don't judge by based on the number of years of experience that the operator has got, versus there may be a young company or somebody from around the world can provide that solution. Just bring that in. I think having that openness, having that boldness in their thought would actually make it be even more level playing field.
Yeah.
I liked what Geeta ji mentioned about working with hearts and minds.
Yep.
End of the day, you're talking about the talent. A lot of the jobs are going to be gone. And you are creating a fear factor that actually creates a lot of opportunity. And that opportunity is something that one needs to tap into, understand exactly how they can really be able to generate the next level of innovation, next level of outcomes that are very different. Today, one of my friend's firm, which is a $20 billion firm, openly said their code, 20% of their code is generated by AI. In the next 2 years, it's going to be 50 to 60%. And where are you investing the savings? I think you need to start thinking as to how do we improve the bottom line, increasing that efficiency, and bringing the right partners to really brainstorm, come up with creative ideas. I think I actually covered a little bit more than what you asked.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Shri. Love to hear your views on external partnerships as well, Anand.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I come from SMC Squared, which is part of Hexaware now, and we are in the business of building GCCs. So what does that mean is that at any given point of time, we might be working with multiple GCCs, which means that, which also means that they're at a different stage of maturity, right? So some of them are, in the startup phase, some of them are more like, in a mature and, in a stage where they are looking forward to have their own operations. And some of them have already moved out, right? And what it means is that we also follow BOT model, build, operate, optimize, and transfer model. What it also means is we're building the GCC for that particular enterprise, right? So essentially, when we are bringing in the talent, we are recruiting to fit. We're not recruiting from a set talent that is existing. It's basically however the enterprise looks at, we're bringing in the talent for achieving those goals and objectives, right? So from a accelerator standpoint, obviously, when we are looking at the GCC evolution that has happened so far, the first 10 years has been more of digital transformation. Last 5-6 years has been more of modernization. Now it is all of AI. So when we are working with several GCCs, we try to understand the goals and objectives of the organization, right? And look at what the organization is kind of moving towards. And one of the things that came in very profoundly in the last couple of years is that how do I get to that speed, right? The speed and the agility, right? Those are two important aspects because you want to differentiate yourself in the market. So, for example, one of the GCC that we are currently working with is a global electronics retailer, wholesale e-commerce retailer, and they have presence in 100 different markets, and they have suppliers all across the globe, and the operations are spread across pretty much each of these geographies. They didn't have efficiencies, and they are looking for first of all they are looking to grow, to become a compelling e-commerce retailer. More importantly, looking from an innovation standpoint, right? There is so the scale was absent, the growth was kind of stalled. So they were looking for a partner who can come and advise. And what we looked at is, okay, you bring on your GCC here. So they are now started the GCC and grown to almost like 300 people. Yesterday, I was looking at, I was actually attending their steerco meeting, and the CEO talks about, the revenue growth, the market growth, and the additional geographies that are added to the portfolio, right? So that is essentially what you're talking about in terms of, what you have achieved, from a acceleration standpoint. Now they are integrating the global business services to make it an end-to-end game, right? So you have technology, you have business, you have everything that looks at more from a end-to-end perspective. So there are partnerships that we are looking at to bring in from startups now, right? Because agility and speed has been the game, and now we are looking at startups that are already in the AI space, bring them into the ecosystem, give them the advantage of the platform that they can launch immediately. So that is one aspect. Second thing is we are also investing in a large amount of our investment into the college talent, right? Fresh talent in the colleges. And these are the people who are working on using these electronic components, right? And they're building on real projects, right? So there is a talent ecosystem investment, there is a partner ecosystem investment from startups perspective, which is going to accelerate their growth further. So
Yep.
That's an example that I can quote.
Thank you, Anant. And I strongly believe, and I'm sure most people in this room believe, that the future really doesn't belong to people who want to do everything on their own. It belongs to partnerships and how do we collaborate we can't be good at everything, right? There are people who can help us accelerate. So let's make use of that ecosystem. Very rightly mentioned, the startup ecosystem is a great opportunity for GCCs to get access to best technology in the fastest manner. So why not use that? So let's move on to gears now. And metrics is a very, very important gear. We leverage to understand how we're going, etc. How do we move up and down? And for a long part in my own career journey, I realized that the metrics really remain stagnant. We keep talking about the same set of metrics, speed, timeliness, accuracy, all of that. But I understand over the last few years, metrics have started evolving, and we are all as leaders looking at what is the right measurement for my process. How do you really understand what's the most critical thing for my customer, for my stakeholders, for my employees, for my shareholders? And am I really measuring that? Otherwise, we always used to talk about the watermelon effect, looking green, feeling red, all of that. So unless you measure the right metric, you don't really know. So what I want to do here is maybe give each one of you 30 seconds to answer this question. And we could start with Shri because I saw him moving his mic up closer. So Shri, you can answer this question. What kind of metrics should we really be looking at to make sure that we're measuring the right things in our business that will enable us to help our organization grow? Once you're done with your answer in the next 30 to 45 seconds, Shri, name another person from the panel, and that's how we'll go so that everybody gets to answer this question.
Sure. I didn't realize this is a rapid fire round, but let's actually do that. In fact, measure what matters. I think there is a small little book called OKRs, Objectives and Key Results. But that is actually not only looking at the operations in terms of their efficiency, but don't be within that box. And the measurement of what you are going to really measure depends on the time, depends on the organization and its structure, and the bottom line that you wanted to achieve. The productivity related, people related, the entire outcome, you need to have an understanding of the problem, what you really are solving. Once you understand the problem, you come up with all the metrics that matters, because the metrics that are applicable and that are useful for XYZ firm may not be good enough for another firm for various reasons, because of the pain points that are very different. And I think it needs to evolve. One thing I have implemented very effectively in one of the firms that I worked, I'm not giving any names because of proprietary reasons. The metrics must be 360-degree view of metrics, and those are point-in-time metrics. And some of the things would actually, a new metric may get added, and the intensity at which you measure that metric would change for every time you measure. Because if it is a metric that is static and you measure based on the same parameters, I think you're failing. Because everything around you would change, your metric ought to change. So the weightage and the scale of each of those metric must change by time. That's what I think is a valuable metric that you would actually measure. And I always created a level playing field and show that progression and create a competitive spirit around it. That's how I did it as an example, but not a GCC metric, but that's quite useful even in this context. Sanjeev ji, what do you think?
So I have a very simple view. GCC should not define their own metrics. It's the business and stakeholders who should define what they're looking for. We had enough chances of showing we are green, what we are doing is great. The answer is no. So what we have done is, my team is sitting here, we have gone to the stakeholders to define what they want. The second golden rule is today to survive as a GCC is, are you impacting the business outcomes?
Yes.
And I think if you are not impacting the business outcomes, today efficiency, productivity, cost is out of the window. We are a domestic GCC for Adani. The salary doesn't matter, the cost doesn't matter because we are moving people internally. So business outcomes. The third thing is, how your metrics is aligned to the overall strategy of the group, and how your GCs is aligned to the overall strategy. And I think those are the three things which you need to look at. One is business outcomes, stakeholders define the metrics, and how it is aligned to the overall group strategy to impact that. Geeta.
Fabulous.
Sure, great viewpoints shared by both of you. In addition to what Sanjeev shared, I totally agree with you, Sanjeev. I mean, without business outcomes, without delivering the margins, I mean, we wouldn't be in the business. In addition to that, one of the things that is extremely important for us, in this business is quality of the work we do, and quality not the way we see it as the GCC, but getting the customer feedback in terms of how we've delivered, what's working well, what has to improve, and what are the gaps. I think that sort of a feedback loop is extremely important, and as a metric, customer feedback is something that we are focusing quite a bit on. We still want to get much better at it, because in one way, as you mentioned, Mr. Truri, that market is evolving. The way we are delivering work is evolving. Technology is disrupting us every day. So what was fit for purpose maybe 10 years back may not be exactly fit for purpose today. I mean, delivering projects to quality, cost, schedule is a given. But then beyond that, as a GCC, what are you doing? What are you contributing? How are you contributing? What is the value proposition? Are you unlocking new markets? Are you unlocking new revenue streams? That's an important thing. And I'm saying this not just by reading from a textbook. I think there are some things we are doing right, Sanjeev, in KBR India as well, which is helping us unlock new revenue streams. And therefore, I totally agree with you. Delivering business outcomes and really aligning with the global strategy in a way are important, and therefore focusing on customer feedback, quality, and how you keep going up the value chain. I think those are important. Yeah, maybe I'll pass it to you then. Yeah.
I think it's been well articulated already. Typically when we work with clients, there are three broad dimensions of KPIs. One, I think, is the business impact, revenue, profit, etc. Second is the operational SLAs, right, and KPIs. What are the turnaround time, etc. Those are important metric. And third is usually the experience element about your vendor stakeholders. Are you impacting that positively? So those are the standard ones. But I must acknowledge and share my personal view. I've seen a dramatic change in the last 2 years of how clients are evaluating their, making decisions. There used to be a time when, I used to meet with a client CFO. They would want to understand the ROI of that investment, right? And you can debate this till the time cows come home, and you'll figure out whether it's the right thing or not. But I think there's a need for speed, which is felt, and hence, I'm seeing colleagues taking decisions, even if it's directionally right, because you can't get the complete ROI figured out. Technology is evolving very fast. Technology cost is reducing as you go forward. And hence, as long as you're moving in the right dimension, I think people are moving forward. So I think there's some bit of, openness to look at, some of these KPIs not to be well defined is the way I see it right now. But I don't know how you see it, Chirag.
Already everybody said that. Where I completely agree is you can't have two separate KPIs. You have to be using the same set of metrics that the organization you're supporting is being measured on. So are you really impacting the business outcome? As Sanjeev mentioned, is 100% right. So I have teams where in fact I own 3 products. So all remuneration surveys that come out anywhere in the world for Mercer comes from my team, right? So that's why I actually have a revenue target. So if your salary is good, thank Mercer. If your salary is bad, again, don't thank me, but I think because that's what we do. So we actually have a revenue target that we really try and deliver on that every year. So one is, are you really impacting the core business outcome or KPIs is extremely important. Anything else is not important.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chirag. I think, from our perspective, obviously we look at, since we work with many GCCs, each GCC has a different, they look at the metrics differently. Each one of the GCC has a different requirement, right? Now, early on in my career, I discovered that what you can't measure, you can't manage, right? And metrics are the way how you actually manage the show, right? And when we look at the entire ecosystem of a business, right, an enterprise, it consists of several stakeholders, right? You have employees, you have business teams, you have enablers, you have operations team, and more importantly, your customers, right? Each one of them have different, metrics that are associated with that portion of the stakeholder. And for example, employees, right? We have a completely a full view of what is the EVP, right? What is the employee value proposition, right? For that they are bringing to the table. How do you measure it? How do you manage it, right? So that is the way how you kind of look at what they are bringing to the table, what they are going to manage, right? It could include, it could several elements. It could be productivity, it could be your efficiency, it could be your culture, it could be, patents produced, any of those numbers, right? Any of those aspects. But more importantly, how you are impacting the business, how you are impacting the business outcome is the most important aspect, which everybody else also talked about. So I think a 360-degree view of the metrics is what we follow.
Yep. Thank you so much. There's a reason I asked all the six people to talk about this, because this is such an important thing. I believe when we start to measure the right metrics, the metrics like you, Sanjeev, mentioned that my stakeholders really care about, that's when behavioral shift happens in the organization. That's when my teams start to think and behave differently. Otherwise, they keep doing what they've always done, right? When I start to talk the language of business in my business unit reviews or weekly reviews, etc., or with my club stakeholder meetings, that's when my team starts to behave and think differently. That's when they start to talk business, and that's why it's so important. That's why I wanted to make sure that we hit the nail 7 times or 6 times through each one of you. Thank you so much for answering that. In fact, the next question I have is sort of connected to what we've discussed about what the business really wants, what is right. And that's this is a question again on the gears. And one of the important gears is strategic alignment. Okay, how well I am strategically aligned. I mean, I hear sometimes these days things like, we can set up a GCC in 60 days or 90 days. I sometimes wonder, why is it even important to set up a GCC in 60 days or 90 days? Isn't it more important to have the right level of strategic alignment first? Why do I even want to set up a GCC? What is my long-term roadmap? What is my vision behind setting up a GCC? What do I want to accomplish out of setting up a GCC? Those are very, very important questions to be answered. And as leaders, I'm sure you have gone through your own journeys multiple times, maybe, of reaching that strategic alignment. So, Sanjeev, you've been through this most recently. What is it that you did? What that worked for you? Mike.
So, very good question. I think
Yeah, go ahead.
GCC has 2 roles to play in the coming years, right? And I was looking at a McKinsey report. So if you look at the future next 5 years, 70% of the SMP companies would change their business models. So GCC should be agile enough to change the business strategy and implement those strategies. First goal. The 30% of the global talent should come from a GCC. That's a second goal. And as we look at our Adani GCC, our future CFOs and in the past, our CHROs, all the leaders would come from the GCC, and that's a mandate. That's a clear mandate that it will come because they will have a round view of all the 25 industries we serve, and they can take up those roles. So talent, it will become a talent factory, and it should become a talent. Third thing, it should become the nerve center of the organization from a technology implementation perspective. The best place to implement a technology, the best place to implement assurance, the best place to implement compliance and controls is GCC, because you have one shop stop. So I think 3 things will happen. Business strategy will get executed out of the GCCs. It will become a talent factory. The third thing, most important, it will become the nerve center of any parent organization to implement any business change. And I can bet you on this, all of our organizations and all the Fortune 100,000 companies are changing business models based on AI and new technologies, and GCC will ensure that they survive and they succeed. So there are 3 things, and that apply to us as well.
Yep. Thank you so much, Sanjeev, as always, candid and very insightful. Anybody else on the panel would like to take the same question?
The strategy should not be anything different than what CEO would define. But at the same time, when you look at the GCC specific strategy to implement, I totally agree with you on in terms of the strategy. However, I would like to add a different flavor, particularly when you really look at the overall goals of your organization. And your strategy should define on multitude of things, including talent strategy, location strategy, and the technology strategy. And also how far you can go with your strategy. For example, the question that we answered, all of us answered earlier in terms of the measurements and the metrics. What is the bar for anyone to run? Is it 10 miles per hour for you? Is that the bar? Is it the right bar? Someone would like to run 100 miles per hour. The bar is very different. That means if your bar is set and you work backwards and put a strategy together. So that means set the bar so high, and it may sound unrealistic, and then work towards achieving it. So I'm combining strategy with the measurement, and then set the goals that really you can achieve it. I think most of the time we get ourselves so fearful thinking we may not be able to achieve, but set that so high where you get scared, but always 99.9% of the time you will achieve it. Yeah, but with the right passion though.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I cannot agree more than what you guys said. Since, as I said, we work with many GCCs, and each GCC comes, each of these enterprise GCCs come with a vision of their own strategy, right, for the business that they are in and which is relevant. So two things very important: whether the vision and the strategy defined by the enterprise is understood by the employees, right, is a very, very important aspect of executing to the strategy and achieving the results outcomes, right? If the employees do not understand, if they don't sign up for the strategy and for the vision, then it's a different conversation, right? So that's a very important aspect. The second thing is in terms of defining what is achievable, right? There needs to be a clear mandate. There needs to be a clear mandate in terms of when you want to achieve and how you want to achieve, right? So the when and the how actually defines the execution path, and it needs to be clearly communicated, right? So the communication plays a big role in the execution of the strategy. Defining the strategy is one aspect. Executing to the strategy, is a very important aspect which takes all of these stakeholders into account. Yesterday, as I just mentioned, when I was attending this SteerCo meeting for that electronics retailer, the one statement that was resounding, and I attended the SteerCos of this leader throughout all the 4 quarters, right? And I attended for the last 3 years. Now, one statement that was very clear and that was repeatedly called out was the purpose statement, right? The purpose, why they have come in, to India as a GCC, and where they are standing today and how they have achieved the results, right? So you are connecting to the purpose all the time. You are making sure that the employees are connected to the purpose all the time, right? Very, very important aspect, very important element in achievement of your strategy.
I just want to add my perspective here. I think when we talk about the enterprise strategy and the overarching global strategy, I don't think it is completely, isolated from the GCC leaders, because I think we all are global leaders and we co-create the strategy with the enterprise. Correct me if I'm wrong. So in that process, the input, into the decision-making process where we say, this is where I think the GCC can come in. This is the value chain that is possible, and this is how we can make it happen. So we collectively create that strategy, and in that process, we also are able to envision the next few horizons of growth for the GCC as well. So that way, I would not separate the global strategy completely from the GCC strategy, but the GCC strategy is a very key and integral component of the global strategy. And I think, like Sanjeev said, some of the aspects you mentioned, Sanjeev, resonate because some mechanisms that we use or some business model disruptions that we bring about here in India in the GCC can be the first time you're doing it in your organization or your enterprise, and that's possible. And I was able to do something in that space in KBR, which would have been a shock for the rest of the business. They wouldn't imagine. I mean, for example, you hire people, hire engineers inside your office. Even that is a big shift for them to partner with third party organizations, and they remotely deliver it work, because the industry is such. But I think when you talk about strategy, we co-create the strategy, and the future definitely is going to be very, very different for GCCs. We will be at the leading edge of these things.
Yeah. I think, great points. And, the way you mentioned this, all of you, totally agree with that. Having said that, I think there are different GCCs at different life stages of evolution, right? I mean, if you are leading a GCC where you believe your strategic thought process is aligned with the broader organizational strategic thought process, and things move in unison, that's what gears are. That's where we really find great success. But there are a lot of GCCs which haven't reached that stage, and I wanted to put up something slightly controversial here, and whoever wants to take this question up, it's about the courage of the leader. Do you see leaders working with you, around you, in other organizations, not to name anybody? I'm sure you see leaders who do not yet have the courage to drive the strategic outcomes of the GCC, and they are still following the path which has been shown to them, right? What is your message to such leaders? How do, Chirag, I would love to hear some, factual sort of cases here.
Right.
How do you actually do that?
So I was actually listening to the conversation with interest. I feel we've actually moved beyond our GCCs part of the strategy or not. I think there are areas where GCCs have to drive strategy for the parent organization, on at least 3 areas. I feel talent. I can't imagine that any organization can really do without GCCs having a role to play in the talent strategy of the parent organization. That's the first. The second one is on the process. When Sanjeev mentioned the access to process that we have across regions, businesses and everything is unparalleled. And that's where we should really drive what the future of process is going to be. I think that's the second thing that GCCs have to drive. And the third one is, of course, innovation. You fail cheap. But if God forbid if you are successful, you can really scale it up well, right? I think that's that in 3 areas, GCCs have to drive strategy and not be led by the parent organization. That's what I feel.
Sure. Ramit, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just saying that I think it's not about leaders not being courageous enough. I think it's more cultural within the company at large, right? We are entering into an era where things are not going to be black and white. There are going to be shades which will evolve with the technology-led disruption which is on the card. So I think it's more important to have, a safety net, if you would, where people can come forward, propose some ideas, and you should be allowed to fail. Actually, why is that a scar? It's actually something you tried, right? So that's why, and we in IBM, we have actually hardened the methodology which we call the garage method of doing this, right? Which is trying to create a team of high performing individuals, and they don't need to be leaders. Actually, a lot of innovation is coming grounds up in our opinion. So get them into what we call as a garage, let them do innovation, give them some funding to experiment, play, and if they're successful, maybe you'll land on $100 million idea which can suddenly create value for us. So I think we need leadership and culture of that kind. I think it's not about specific individuals, in my opinion.
Sure.
So, Abhinav, little bit disagreeing with what Ramit said.
Very nice.
So in a group like us where we are 26 CEOs, 26, 200 billion organization, if you don't have a courage to stand up in the board and work collaboratively, stand up and tell your issues, you're going to fail. Everybody has a different priority. Businesses have different goals. Unless you go and work with them, unless you collaborate, unless you stand up, people will run over you. And that's true for any organization. While your parent may give you a mandate to do GCC, these processes, but unless we go and tell that we want a seat on table, this is what is the art of possible. We are not telling the organization and parent what can be done in India. We have huge capabilities here. I may be doing finance, HR, techno-commercial, or anywhere. But what stops me telling that we can do analytics here, we can do IT here, we can do SAP, we can create GPOs here? What stops us telling me? So if I don't have a guts to go and challenge my boss, but tell them this is it. So their organization, they're within our organization, there are people saying we'll not move the process.
Sure.
But you need to go up and stand and talk to them.
Yep.
So, and you need to fight your battles.
Yep.
So it again depends on the leader to stand up and say, and also showcase what is we can be capable of. And a GCC name should change. We should call them game changer catalysts.
Right.
Seriously. Right? We should not tell that these are global capability centers. I'm going to challenge this because at some point of time you need to stand up and courage. And that's how Indian ecosystem, whether it is 1800, 2200, will not change unless we move into a game changing catalyst. That's my view.
Perfect.
Yeah, I want to add a bit of flavor related to seat at the table is very, very important. I totally agree with Sanjeev. But at the same time, you look at GCC as an extension. And at the same time, don't look at GCC as an accelerator or an add-on versus the part and parcel of the team. And finding the leaders who really can stand up and raise concerns as they arise. And also, they need to be bold in bringing up some of the ideas, some of the problems, and also create an environment. It is okay to fail. That fail fast, but wake up quick and keep running. That culture is very, very important. Otherwise, oh, I'm going to innovate in the next 5 years. You're not going to go anywhere.
Yep.
I think these things are very, very important. That goes back to culture, that goes back to empowerment, that goes back to really driving that excellence.
Thank you, Shri. And I think GCC leaders need to start thinking and behaving like entrepreneurs. I think that's extremely important. You need to bring that. Yep.
One aspect that I would like to share, Abhinav. The leaders whom we are bringing, right? We follow at SMC. We follow the leader first approach. That means that the leader would come first, before even the GCC starts. So one aspect that we always look at within that leader is whether that leader has a global view or looking at only from your center perspective, and that global view has to continue to carry all throughout the journey, right? Because it's very important for getting that alignment with the business, with your stakeholders out there, to make sure that you get the buy-in of the parent organization, because you go through several struggles during your initial days, and you need support. You need support from your enterprise headquarters, and without having that global view, it will be very difficult. That means that you need to be empathetic to the challenges that the team is going through on the other side of the globe when they are looking at to establish a GCC here. Very, very important aspect. Just want to add that.
Thank you, Anand. So we got very little time left, and we have a fabulous.
I just want to add very quickly.
Yes, please.
One aspect which everyone said excellent, things. I just want to mention that as leaders, I read somewhere that the day we'll be more successful is when we are ready to, make ourselves redundant. We have the next leader lined up, and I think succession planning is also an integral part of leadership. And we should create the space for the next set of leaders to take those, initiatives, take the bold decisions that we, encourage them to do, and be comfortable for them to, make mistakes and fail. But the courage we should definitely encourage. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you agreed on the courage part with me. So here's what we'll do. We've got about a couple of minutes left. We have a fantastic session right after this. I'll give each one of you one sentence to answer this question. One sentence only, right? Not long drawn answers. The question is, if you were to give advice to the next line of leader in your organization, one advice of how he can become an amazing value creator for the organization, what would that advice be in just one sentence? Whoever wants to go first. Okay, go ahead, Anant.
Yeah, I think think like a business owner.
Think like a business owner. Who do you pass on to, Anant?
Be curious and ask questions.
Yeah, basically, yeah, take the lead and be ready to disrupt.
Be ready to disrupt. Fantastic.
Look forward to the future with lot of hope. There's a lot of opportunity on the table. Please don't be worried about technology.
Right? That's optimism. Fantastic.
I think two things for me: being agile and ready to change.
Be agile and ready to change. Sure. Shri.
Be the best and be ready to beat everyone around you.
Absolutely. On that note, let's have a big round of applause for this amazing panel. You guys have all done a great job. Loved having this conversation with you, and hopefully some of the nuggets that each one of you in the audience got today will stay with you. Thank you so much for this session. All of you, appreciate your time and your energy in answering my questions. Over to you. Yeah.
Thanks, Abhinav, for steering that session so beautifully. I'd like to request Rakesh Sinha to please come up and give mementos to each of the participants. Starting with Anant Rao Rudravaram. Chirag Butch. Geeta Ramamurthy. Ramit Gupta. Dr. Sanjeev Rastogi. And Sri Atluri. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Yeah,
That was a lovely panel.
Can we have all the panelists back just for a quick group
Yeah,
picture?
can we have all the panelists for a group photograph, please?
No, I have all the mementos on mine. So Anant, can you come back, please, for a quick group picture? And who else you're missing? Chirag. Has left.
Oh, he's there.
Is there?
Yeah, you did a brilliant job.
I think it's obvious.
Great. Chirag's coming.
Careful.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Can we have
Thank you, sir.
the chairs removed, please, and leave only one? Thank you once again, everyone. So, is everyone ready to own the unknown? As we have the celebrated actor, traveler, communicator, and co-founder Ashish Vidyarthi and also co-founder Ashish Vidyarthi and Associates with us. Let's have an applause for this one-man powerhouse, crushing it in more fields than you can count, a trailblazing entrepreneur, captivating storyteller, and so on and so forth. This can remain? All right. Okay. Can I carry on? The India's leadership coach. And put your hands together and welcome Ashish Vidyarthi. Let's rock for yourself.
मेरा नाम है राज पाटिल राजा। राजा तो प्रजा धोखा नहीं दे सकती। को करना नहीं है, मिल बांट कर धंधा करेंगे। कितने से आए हो भाई साहब? तो चमड़ी का रोम रोम भारत माता की जय बोलेगा। एक जिंदगी बड़ी साल है, मेरी जान तुम बेटे ना बस लिटरली just as many of us try to improve more. That might I get that I have the possibility to create that extraordinary. काम के बीच में अपन को जिंदगी में कुछ अमेजिंग चीजें ढूंढनी है. Whatever is your age, plus जिंदगी.
You have to, yes. Super. So this is part of the mandatory stuff which comes on before we speak.
And as prepared as we were, we thought that we will do a last minute thing with you so that you know that we are using a microphone. So welcome, dear friends. First of all, I have to begin with, I am so very happy seeing how this gathering has grown. As I was speaking with Rakesh, I think I first associated with him around 2015 or 16. And over the years, I have participated in different enclaves. The numbers have changed. The quality of people have changed. The venue has changed. So it's a very cheesy thing. It's a Virginia Wade cigarette ka ad hota tha. You've come a long way, baby. So in a way, it's also to do with me. All that I'm speaking here is about each one of us has come a long way. And today, what I'm going to share with you is part of something which I'm deeply involved in. It's called the Reinvention Project, also called Staying Relevant Project. Let's face it, a whole lot of us have spent a few years in our work. Yes or yes? Yeah. Okay, this is going to be a conversation, not a speech. So we will have some interactions. So we have been around for a while. Some other words which can be paraphrased there. We have been there, seen it. Yeah. And still, we want to stay on, right? None of us are really ready to give up our place and say, come on. And there's no reason for that either. So I'm somebody who's very passionate about one particular thing, which is that my life is definitely longer than one role of mine. My life is definitely longer than one expertise of mine. How do I know? Because I know many expertises are no longer used, but the human being continues. So would you agree that you want to give yourself more opportunity than just one, yes or yes? Well, this conversation is for each one of us who's passionate about life and who really wants to do more. And that more of mine is not limited to that one expertise that you may know me for. So this is a vote for myself. So welcome to that pathway conversation. And this is part of a workshop which I do, the reinvention project. And I'm going to give you a taste of it. So pull this conversation towards you and agree with me that today we are celebrating. And you'll say, what are we celebrating? So consider for a moment that we are celebrating not one, not two, three chances. So are we okay to be open to celebrating a few chances? Are you okay with it? Okay. So I'll tell you, the first chance I celebrate every day in my life is that I was born. Okay. Do you know that you were born by chance? No, I'm just checking. I'm new to you all. Born by chance. Okay. I mean, not just born by chance, like literally, but also this was born by chance. Something did happen. Yeah. It took me some time to accept. Even my parents? Yes. So first, it took me some time to address that. Second, that I was born. Something else could have been born. Would you agree on that? So I celebrate the fact that I was born. Because anyway, I deal with people, throughout my life, people tell me that you think you're very important. And I was always wincing, nahi, aisa nahi hai. Till one day I said, ha, actually I am. I mean, isn't it true? Yes, yes, we are important, right? And still we wince when somebody says, your problem is you think you're very important. And it liberated me when I said, yes, I am. I'm really important. So I really am a celebration of the fact that मैं पैदा हुआ यार, I'm born. So the first thing that I celebrate is that I am born. I was born. The second celebration is thanks to that wonderful thing called COVID-19. Anyone recalls that? A few of you do. Okay, got it. Baki ka ho gaya, it's gone. No, it happened. And do you know, after that, a few good people didn't make it? Good people, huh? Not people who didn't drink, never drove fast, never gambled. No, very good people didn't make it. You and I did. I was also in hospital for a long time. I made it. So the second chance I celebrate every day is that I am still around. And the third chance I celebrate every day is that I'm here in this moment. Because I'm very clear, it is in this moment that I alter everything about my life. Everything that I did not like, everything that I wanted, I alter from this very moment. So this conversation is a celebration of these three chances. I was born, but I'm still around, and see, I'm here in this moment to make a difference. Everything that I said I will do. So therefore, this conversation is all about a story. The story is interesting only if it is about. Isn't that one story you're interested in? Yep. I'm just checking. Anyone here humble enough to say, no, it's not about me? It's about me, my friend. So this conversation is about the person who's sitting in your seat. And more importantly, this conversation is about, can we just read this together? 1, 2, 3. How to lead my story. Lead my story. ये नीचे वाले दो हटा दीजिए. How hungry am I to lead my story? Because I happen to be being in conversation with people who are leaders. People who are committed to do something so amazing that people can follow and create something amazing. So this conversation is about that second word, which is hunger. And as I call it, when I speak to leaders like you, I call it hunger amidst abundance. Do you recall the time when you did not have work some years back? When you began? Anyone recalls the fear? Hoga kya? Yeah. I really want you to connect, because for me, every day that's a reality. Is that साला एक चांस मिलेगा प्लीज देना. Years back, I was shooting in a studio in Mumbai called Filmalia Studio. It's raining, torrential rains. I'm coming out. I'm in a car and I see this guy, white on white, drenched. Everybody else has got a chata or a raincoat. He's just standing like that. He's wet. He's standing, and as my car slows down, he says, he's just wanting that one chance. Sir, एक chance मिलेगा. मुझे पता नहीं क्या. I'm very clear, even as I drove off, that guy that night would have taken one chance, something. I don't know where he is today, but he was waiting for that one chance. For me, it is that to lead my story, what this conversation is about. Would you agree on that? Because it is that hunger which has brought you here to even engage in a conversation after having achieved what all you have achieved. So therefore, dear hungry people, welcome to this wonderful world, because you are now only being driven by that thing which is your dream. Because you achieved a lot which at the beginning of your career you would not have imagined. Would you agree on this? I can bet anything that none of you trained and studied for your role that you're playing now. So it's some remarkable, crazy dream at some point which came in. And here you are. No soothsayer, including you or any of your best friend, could say, I knew you will reach here. पागल है, करता क्या है? And now most of you are there. Yeah, you had no clue. And the best part is, you had no clue you will be here. Yes or yes? But it's another case. The moment we are interviewed, we become somebody else. When they ask us, so how did you think of that? And then you say, look, I looked at everything. And then you try to, intellectualize it. You can't tell them that maine kar liya boss. Because when people ask an actor, why did you choose a role? An actor typically answers, we looked at three aspects. We look at the character, we looked at the layers of the role, and we looked at the impact of that role on society. False. We don't say that the money was good and the dates worked out, because it won't sound good. So what I want to really share is that you guys are here, visioned by some dreams. You never knew that the path would lead here. But since you have come here, we are asking what next. Because it's not according to your plan that you have reached. So let's now really get exotic about it. Say, what next? By chance, unless when they interview you, and then they say, look, I kind of looked at a couple of things. No, So you've gotten here. What next? I want to take you back in time, and I'll take you back with it seems like yesterday, right? As you begin, just like yesterday when you just began, and today also as you're sitting with some new challenges coming up. Sala kya karna hai? How am I going to remain? So just like yesterday, a few years back, anyone from Delhi say yay? Okay, my luck. So many from Delhi. I have a huge problem with Delhiites because I am a Delhiite. Yeah, I'm from Delhi, a place called Lakshmi Nagar. See, did you hear that? No, he didn't say Jamnapar. He said it's not Jamnapar. Delhiite. So the rest of you, those of you who are not from India, and just to let you know, Delhi has a river. The name of that river is Yamuna Ji. What is the name? But look at here, Jamnapar. Jamnapar. So Delhi has a river called Yamuna. He calls it Jamna. What I've written, the Jamna Park. It's a derogatory way of looking at it. So even today, wherever I have reached, when I say, oh, I'm from Delhi, oh, great, where from? Lakshmi Nagar. Trans Yamuna. Trans Yamuna. You're not from this side. And imagine, Delhi is Trans Yamuna for us. Delhi was Jamna Park for us, but whoever said it first. So I'm from Jamna Park, a place evidently, as you notice, is not looked very highly. So I was looked down upon, people used to make fun of it, but guess what? I had drinks. I had dreams to become an actor. And again, being from Delhi, you know that Delhi doesn't care. Completely politically incorrect. So the way I looked, sorry, nobody's ever said, look like an actor, yeah. No, no, no. In fact, my pet name in school was Jallad, which means a hangman. And again, we did not have any offices where we could have gone and complained, excuse me, shaming me. They said, what do you have? Like that kind of a thing. So growing up in Delhi, me having dreams of becoming an actor, one thing I realized, I didn't think much about the place that I was coming in from. Neither did people around me look at it in a big way. I also got one thing. If I really want to fulfill my dreams, the only person invested in it is me. So I got that it doesn't matter where I came from. What really matters is. So very early on in my life, I got that my past I have no control over, but it's a future that I may have a say in. So even in this August room, I know for a fact that each one of us in this room has a personal Jamna part. Something that you're not very happy with. Something which could have been a little better in our past. A better school, a better college, a better family. Father could have made some more property. Yeah, in India we have a huge thing. And then Chacha ji zyada le gaye. We all have an issue. The younger uncle has taken a little bit more, yeah. But guess what? You can do nothing about it. You can do nothing about your education, your background, nothing about the past. But this is what we're going to cause something because each one of us has that Jamna bar. So, and the game is this. The direction that you and I are headed from right now, from those years of experience, gone, not over. But what next? And therefore, for me was my, yeah, thank you so much. Kutte ki Maut means the death of a dog, which happened to be the name of my first film that I got for which I went to Bombay. Thank you so much for this lovely, yeah, thank you so much. Such respectful laughter. So am I getting you present too that the wonderful things that you want to say about yourself, don't expect people to say, wow, wow, first film, Kutte ki Maut. That was the name of my first film. And by the looks of it, I don't think many of you have seen that film. The derisive laughter continues. Imagine some of them lead organizations where they say, be kind to others. So it goes out of the window when the joke's not on you. All right. So there you are. That was the name of the first film that I got but never got made. That's why you didn't see the film. So many a times, life is only beyond shattered dreams, my friend. Life actually doesn't care. Because you have had shattered dreams, yes or yes? Have you noticed not many people care for them? Have you ever tried to meet someone over a weekend and say, I'm going to talk to you? And he says, Milte hai na? People don't care. The world doesn't care. Neither do you. You've heard of Vikram Nair, the ace cricketer? You haven't heard of Vikram Nair, the ace cricketer? Have you heard of Virat Kohli? Look, ask Vikram Nair's mother. She thinks he's the best cricketer in the world. Just that luck has not been on his side, nor is a good pitch. Virat Kohli's mother never had to clarify. Do you get that? Look, I just made up the name Vikram Nair, but the point is, a whole lot of us think we are very talented and should be well known. But we are not. Okay? Our mothers think we are very good. Especially in the Indian context, you know, like तू तो मेरा सब कुछ है, दुनिया का भी तो सब कुछ है. नहीं है ऐसा. दुनिया के लिए कुछ नहीं है भाई. तुम ही खिलाती हो अच्छी बात है. बाहर कोई नहीं पूछता. As an only child, I had to deal with it because I had a Bengali mother. You know, Bengali mothers are amazing. Then I found that the world isn't. So that is where the shattered dream came. My mother was very upset. She cried. The world didn't. But I knew that beyond shattered dreams is everything which I can call my future. And isn't it true for you also? Yes or yes? A set of people who understand you and the entire world who doesn't. And therefore, the future you and I have realized up till now is not what you expected. Yes? But you know what's the great news? Because we sometimes get put off that it's not what is expected. The great news for me is that it is. And I really want you to get. You are the people who have created the future that you're living right now. With the best wishes of everyone, whatever you got educated, whatever people said, you're not that. Yes or yes? This is what gives me hope. You may want it better, I got it, just like I do. But the point is that what is has been created by the person sitting in your seat, and you have done it. Was everything going for you? Yeah, Malaya, yeah. You're the one. They're not saying that, right? You're doing it. You're moving. You're weaving through it. This is what is the which is available to us. I will tell you a very interesting kind of a game that people play with us, and you may have seen it. If I ask you, tell me honestly, okay, honestly, you'll tell me. Don't you have dreams which are unfulfilled? Yeah. How does it make you feel when you have those unfulfilled dreams? Sad, right? Upset, right? This is the trap that each one of us falls into. These are those smart questions that fortune tellers ask you. वो मिला है जो तू चाहता था, आजा मेरे पास. Has it ever occurred to you? By the way, just a quick one. How is the talk going up till now? This conversation, how is it going? Okay. Tell me honestly, my friend. Did you ever think of having a gathering like this kind of a gathering? No, you didn't. Check about your life. How many of the things, amazing things that have happened in your life, you dreamt of? Are you getting? What I took you through is the trap that we are pulled into. I can make a very happy place. I said, what about the dreams that never got completed? Have you read this? And we never talk about the amazing that you created, which you never dreamt of. This conversation is for each one of us to get. Dreams set us off in a journey. But then in spite of stuff, you are creating stuff because you have dared to speak into disbelief. And whose disbelief? Your own disbelief. Because you never imagined yourself to be here. Did you imagine yourself to be here? No, you didn't. You have dared to do stuff that no one else did. And Rakesh, I'll just tell you a point case. When in 2015 or 16, when we met, when you told me about GCC, I was thinking, what is he talking about? Kaise kar raha hai? Kya kar kya raha hai? And he had a few people around. He said, no, it's going to be the future. But nobody was seeing it. He was seeing it. A whole lot of you whom I don't know have been seeing a future that no one else did. Have you seen yourself there? Yes or yes? So I want you to really get that you dared to speak into disbelief, not to a set of people who say, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know that beautiful word where anybody will go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Can I tell you what that word is? Tell it to anyone. Tell it to a tree. The tree will also go, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what that word is? Try saying AI. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nobody knows anything about it. AI is coming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's something called AI. But imagine, you're saying something which no one believes in. It's the game. The game, therefore, is the guts to speak into disbelief in even at the outset of AI. And that's what this conversation is about. So consider for a moment, we are talking about not the logic of things, but the magic of possibility. Especially when you're 60, Many things reduce in probability. I therefore believe in possibility. Because I have the panache to do things which they never expected me to do. So therefore, I did a whole lot of films in Hindi. That was by the time I'd come here, I did a whole lot of films in Hindi. There were very, very big films. Films like Ziddi, Bichu, Mritidata, Major Saab, and all those things, very big hits. And then I said, I want to go down south and do something important. So I went down south. But by that time, I had become a famous person. So when you're in India, you become famous, you're not just Ashish. I was Ashish Ji. Ashish Ji was well known, went down south. And I land up at Madras Airport, not Chennai Airport, Madras Airport. I come out with my assistant and my makeup man. I come out and I see the chauffeur holding a placard. Thank you so very much for that. Yeah, Aziz with that. Thank you so much. In case you did not, Aziz likha hai, Aziz nahi likha. That's what my assistant was, sir. कहता स्पेलिंग गलत लिखा है. मैंने कहा स्पेलिंग नहीं है, नाम गलत है. I said, didn't get the spelling wrong, got the name wrong. So I walked up to this taxi driver and I tell him with a lot of respect, Ashish Vidyarthi. He looks at me and says, Bombay film actor? I say, yes. Satin Gar. You know, that day something amazing happened for me. This was year 1999. I had done a whole lot of films. I was like really famous there. I discovered at that point this. So Andheri West is a suburb of Mumbai. I discovered that I was world famous in Kadena. I was world famous in the suburb of Mumbai. Why do I bring this up? Just checking. Do we see some of us actually believing that we are world famous? Everybody was talking about me. I went to this GCC gathering. Everybody was saying, we're only talking about you. That's what people specialize in. You know, when actors meet, they come to say, I'm my biggest fan. I feel he's my biggest fan. Everybody is my biggest fan. Because he's meeting you, bhaiya, he wants one photograph with you. And will tell you, I'm your biggest fan. The same thing happens to you. And very soon, we try to believe that we are world famous. Because everybody wants to make us feel great. Problem is, hum chane ki jhaad pe chad jate hain. And I was very lucky that in 99, I knew Ashish, North ke bahar tere ko kutta nahi pehchanta. It was very painful to accept, huh? And that is when I got that it was a privilege to break from the past. And I call it the privilege of breaking from the past. Because otherwise the past, I'm already doing well. Everybody knows me. Everybody says, we've been missing you. I love that talk of yours. I had to come from that and really create a whole new, re-energized work ethic. I knew I could not sit on my past laurels, my friend. Past was done, dusted. And that is when, it's a Latin term that I use. Some of you may know Latin. Okay, you don't. All right, so I'll just translate it into Hindi for you. Okay. It's zara sa aur, which means a little bit more. It's the basis of how I live my life. Every day, from that day on, every day after giving my best, I give zara sa aur. Every day. I may be shooting for something, I may be speaking at an event, I may be vlogging, I may be doing stand-up comedy, I may be doing anything. Every day after giving my best, I will give a little bit more. Tell me honestly, my friend, at the stage that you are in life, when at times you also get bored at work, yes or yes, admit it. Imagine every day after giving, if you can give that little bit more, how does life occur to you at that point? I'm waiting. Got it. Speak it out. Yeah, say it. Wonderful. Correct. Anybody else wants to articulate it? In that same day of yours, with your expertise, what you've been doing years, after giving your best, when every day you give a little more, bit more, what happens to you? Satisfying. I got it. What else? Mischief. I got it, my friend. I got it, my friend. It's available. For me, that is available for which no one is needed. And when I give that little bit more, you know what? I something else. So I call it De Zindagi Ko Zara Sa Aur, Le Zindagi Se Aur Also. Because each time that I give more, something new I discover about myself and my application of expertise. And therefore, as I moved, I discovered new horizons opened up for me. As a result, today, as I stand in front of you, I've done more than 350 plus films. Also, to let you know, 99% of my films have been a villain. For some strange reasons, villains need to die. And before they die, they are pummeled. I've been beaten very badly, thanks to you guys. So that you can smile. Thank you so much. I'm the true born again in this room. When somebody asks me, तुम कैसे हो? मैं बताता हूँ, मैं मर मर के जी रहा हूँ. I die for a living. When I want to get poetic, I tell them, मौत का सौदागर हूँ, अपनी मौत बेचता हूँ. The point which I discovered is that as I worked across cultures, the guy who was from Delhi, who is only connected to Hindi theater, discovered that he could do languages across. And I also got that the world needed me to continually alter myself. My regular thing won't last for long. And therefore, getting that point that my life is longer than one expertise to keep on moving, the need for evolution. Darwin spoke of an evolution which happened. But each one of us has to be really engaging in active evolution and therefore be the ever expanding learner. Thanks to my surname, Vidyarthi, I'm a lifelong learner. But I discovered I will be an ever expanding learner who's ready to play a bigger game than yesterday, because that's why life for me is exciting, because I'm not sleepwalking through life. Neither are you. So the game here is that even as the new is coming up, if I'm going to be sticking to my old ways, which have been very successful, I will never be able to play a bigger game than yesterday. I will only be playing a repeat. And then slowly you will notice nobody is interested in a repeat. People are wanting something new. And therefore, I got to really connect that I impact lives. I'm not just working here, I'm just working. No, I impact lives. And I really want you to get that, each one of you. And I just love that term that you have created, the game changers twist. It's what you are. You're changing the game for the world as it exists. They may never come and thank you for that because they will not even know that you did it. But you are the catalyst who is changing the game for people. Therefore, you impact lives and therefore you value and therefore you grow. So my connection to my growth is very clear. I add value, I will grow, and therefore I'm independent of anyone else. My job is to consistently my game so that every day in every role of me, I add value and therefore I'm exploring my facets. So what do I do in the workshop? I'll just kind of give you an idea. Imagine we've all been trained in different things. We have taken on different jobs. That some of us at some point were in finance, now moved to HR or the other way around, or, whatever it is. Now imagine none of your experiences have gone waste. All of them sit with you as ingredients, which you as a chef can reuse in different ways. And that's exactly what I've done. People say that I've reinvented. I don't tell them. I just cook up different recipes from the ingredients that I already have. So therefore, over a few years back, about 2003 or 4, I started speaking with organizations. Guess what? I just use something which I have. What day is it today? Oh, so Thursdays I'm talkative. also on Fridays and Mondays. I just turned myself into a motivational speaker. I said, वैसे भी I could not keep quiet. And then I went to a course. I did a course and I said, how can I become quiet? He says, talk interesting. What I'm trying to share with you is that over the years, I have learned to turn everything to my advantage. It could be my speaking, it could be my weight, height, color of my hair. The point here is, welcome to a world which is inviting you to have multiple shines. You need not have one thing to shine in, my friend, because you have facets. Isn't it true? Yes or yes? This world is giving you an opportunity not to live again, but to live multiple lives in that life. One life, many personas is possible. And as I moved in that, as I stand before you, my mantra is very clear. At 60, I am learning. I am hungry. And I'm on fire. A quick check. Does that inspire you to add your age and speak these three words? Yes or yes? Would you want to say it with me? Yeah. So I will say my age, you speak your age, okay? 1, 2, 3. At 60, learning, hungry, and on fire. Can we do it once again? Get out of the embarrassment. Don't be embarrassed. I'm just showing you, you can be embarrassed. You can be laughed at, and it's completely okay. All right? Once again, add your age. At 60, learning, hungry, and on fire. Quickly, batao, how did you feel saying that? How did you feel? Anybody wants to just share what you feel? Energized. Got it. What else? Better. Got it. What else? Be open. Positive. About whom? Me. Exactly. Do you get that, my friend? It's a choice that I am making for whom? For myself. Many people tell me, it's okay. Let me admit. A lot of my friends, when I do so many things, I'll first tell you in Hindi, then in English. It really works in Hindi. They'll say, Ashish, hi. Lagga hua hai, huh? Which in English would be, Ashish, still at it, huh? So very embarrassed. What should I tell them? Finally, you know what I told them? Ashish, laga hua hai. Ashish, you are at it. Huh. Yeah. I'm at it. I'm passionate about it. You know why? It's my life. Are we getting a sense of it? My friend, many a times in life, people want to outdate you. You are moving around in circles which are telling you you're basically time's gone, man. Right now, to sort of gyan de bas, that's it. Don't try to do anything. Ho gaya tera. Now I want you to be like that responsible, somebody who's there, respected. क्या कहते हैं उनको? आप हमारे गुरु हैं, वहां पर बैठिए बाप. हमें काम करने दीजिए. I want you to get, when you are learning, hungry and on fire, you are the leader who's playing the game and therefore making the most of the new. With your wisdom, with your experience, with your knowledge, imagine if you can make most of the new. So if you notice, that's my camera. Just bring up the camera. Please give it to me. Thank you. So I've been, over these last 4 years, discovered the wonderful thing called social media. I'd never done it before. Before 4 years, I did not have social media, but over the last 4 years, I discovered new technology which is to be used by me. I wanted to join the IIT, could not. Then I got wonderful minds working for me. Google, Meta, they work for me. They created this stuff. Over to you, sir. So what I want to share with you is, the moment I got that I can use technology rather than keep it distant from me, I impacted my work. I impacted my ability to reach out with my possibilities to the world. And what do we have here? So me, very clearly, I'm the vintage of 65. That's when year I was born. At the vantage of 25. How would it be if you can really get that you as a vintage, you are in this time because you're in today, my friend. So you are at the vantage of today. How will it be if you can use your expertise, your knowledge, your domain knowledge, and your ability to rethink in the present context? Quickly tell me, how will it be if you can play with your wisdom using the best of today? Any words that come up for you? What words come up for you? Do you see it possible? I got it. Do you hear a word called pivot? I want you to get that. Because everything that you have can be pivoted with everything that exists today. So about a year and a half back, when they started taking me too seriously, I started doing a stand-up comedy. It's called Sit Down Ashish. A whole lot of my friends keep telling me, Ashish, sit down, yeah. I said, love it. I took their name, Sit Down Ashish, created a stand-up comedy out of it. Over the last 1.5 years, I've done more than 100 shows, traveled with it. Every weekend I've been traveling over the last 1.5 years, performing all over. Tomorrow I'm going to perform for you guys. So the point is, can I, a person who's killed a lot of people on screen, come and kill on stage? Guys, you're very serious, huh? Too serious. You really need tomorrow's show. So the point that I wish to make is that not just that, 2 years back, just a little before that, I gifted my son on his 24th birthday. He always rubs it in. He's in the US. He said, Baba, you saved money by making this video and you say that it's on her birthday. But in any case, I want to play a snippet of it. It's my first rap song and it tells my story. Light off kariega. Lights off. Switch off these lights, please. अगर हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता तो चलिए. चल छोटे सा पन्ने तो देख उसी में पूछता है ना कि ठीक है तो क्यों कर चल कदम ऐसा है इससे काय इसमें की जा बात कर it's got such a right it's flash ski hasn't done it. Got it. इसलिए अगर मैं चाहे टिकट आऊंगा तो यहाँ कब के टिकट तमाशा हम देख पहले तो जाएंगे हम ये हम क्या चल चल हेलो get through something. Last month, perfect. So which I got to legal marketing. लेकिन सैम का ना मिला तो से करेगा तो चल लेंगे क्या उधर से करेगा तो लेंगे क्या करना है जीना है सरकार यहाँ से रहना है तो खुश रहे डर कर बोले कोई ऊंचा तो सुन नीचे सर नीचे में सब लोग तो चला कैसा बोली वैसे एडिट के नाम पे बस एक ही सुनूं या सबकी सुनूं रोल कैसे मैं करूं कि मैं सबको देखे तो कमाल ये कहते हैं सभी जबी दुनिया की मैं ना सुनूं आज जो बात आप मैं क्यों डर बोले करने के बाद तो था लेकिन I can't tell a page. That's all. मैं चाहता हूँ मेरा चाहता दुनिया का मेरा पे मैं चाहता देखें तो सच्चा होगा तो भी तभी ऐसा आता है then you have to just sleep early. That's what I was telling you. भीतर वाला सोया रहेगा जगह दे उसने राम चाहते सब और peace. Yes. So that's the game. The game is that each one of us is really wanting to stay relevant. Would you agree on that? Yes or yes? It's not just as an individual, it is just as an organization. All right? But there's the funny catch in it. Ever tried to revisit your oxygen old one? It's just turned into carbon dioxide, hasn't it? So really, all that has been oxygenating us in the past actually is not oxygenating us. But we are smart enough not to again look for that same. We go and look for fresh air. And the question that I ask myself is, why will I not give myself a chance? Actually, if you look at it, none of us, hopefully, is learned. We have all become adept at learning. Would you agree on that? So for me, that is the most freeing aspect of life, that I continue to remain a pulsating learner. Because I'm very clear, whatever competition that we are talking about, or whoever else is adapting. Would you agree? Many of them cannot afford such a place, but somebody somewhere is adapting. The question that I ask myself all the time is this. So it's not a rhetorical question. It's a very straight question to me. Am I? Am I? And therefore the game speeds up. And I was doing this very short film with a chartered accountant in Indore the other day. And he's a chartered accountant who's very keen on AI. And he was sharing with me that how he takes classes on AI and chartered accountancy. And this is his term. He said, technology won't replace people. So if you and I are adversarial towards technology, or those two letters, AI, if you want to discuss AI, do you really think somebody else will be discussing it or learning it or using it? Because I'm using it. I don't know about you. I'm using it. And so are they. So my point here is very clearly, at the beginning of a flight, that airline attendant tells us what to do. When it happens, we use it, right? So the game is on, my friend, where for us, the game is in investing in evolving mindsets. It begins with investing in me as an evolving mindset, not that fixed known expert, but respecting me as an evolving one. I'm an evolving one. I'm not a fixed one. And at the same time, investing in others in your team as evolving mindset. Just to let you know, at Ashish Vidyarthi and Associates, we are a very small team. Each one of them is doing a job which they've never done before, including me. I've never did this before. And today, as I lead symposia, as I lead workshops for leadership, as I create bespoke leadership programs on innovation and ability to, reinvent yourself and other aspects of leadership, those are things that I've never done before. But I'm prepared to go through the pain of using my creativity in ways that I've never used before. Consider one thing, that this is a rich universe. We spend a lot of time bitching about life. Somebody tells you that, you know what, I went there and the road was blocked. I was blocked for 3 hours. Or for me, it was blocked for 6 hours. Somebody else says 2 days. Everybody wants to increase pain. Have you noticed conversations? I got a GST problem. I have a bigger problem. Nobody's saying, but मेरे को नहीं हुआ. क्या बात कर रहा है तेरे को नहीं हुआ? One of my friends says, why do you talk positive? I said, once again, तेरा problem क्या है? like somebody, one day chatting with a friend, I had 100 fever, आया you have to work. कहता है मेरा 104 था. मैंने कहा तू 102 रख ले और 7 दिन रख ले. 104 मत रख. They want to increase the pain. Somehow, especially in India, we think that if somebody says कैसा चल रहा है यार, can't say अच्छा चल रहा है. फिर लोग कहेंगे मस्ती कर रहा है ना तू. है ना? All that. No. People are scared. Like I travel 25 days a month and I really enjoy it. So friend of mine, she's tells me, आज में बहुत मुश्किल होता है ना. मगर खूब मजा आता है. हाँ, आप तो पार्टी कर रहे हो. बोलने दो, पार्टी कर रहे हो तो. Every day is a party. You travel to a new place, meet new set of people. Exactly. It is a party. I'm not going to say, because who cares? I've slept 3 hours. You care, sir? You don't. You can yawn away now. Sorry. Love you. I can't miss it. I'm a stand-up comedian also. So I really want you to get, nobody's interested in your sad story. I discovered it. Nobody's interested in my sad story. You know what? Therefore, I'm not interested in my sad story. I'm very keen to learn afresh. That's why I'm excited. In this rich universe, my friend, the present is my ally. This present is my ally. Not the time I remember. 90s. The stories people have. And then they unfinish the story and let the other person, pata, baki patao. Yes, sir, sir, and I said, get the story right. Na, itna, no, sir, the tire got punctured, even the train ka tire got punctured. Hello. This universe, this present is my ally, my friend. I have the privilege that I'm living so many lives. If we get that, can you quickly tell me how does your life exist if you see that this present is your ally? COVID was an ally. I came to know of the social media thanks to it. I started doing lives on LinkedIn. I impacted so many lives. I did something amazing for myself. I'm scared, my friend. This present is my ally. It's not against me. And therefore, when you're here, that's when you get that I will be. Can we read this together? 1, 2, 3. Creating. Who's present? My present. I'm not going to be living in the past. I'm not going to tell you how good it was. This is the best time because guess what? I'm celebrating it. And imagine in your work, that amazing work that you're doing. And that's what I wanted to let you know, Rakesh, the work that you have been doing. One of the things I really appreciated that even as he started off a few years back when we chatted, he was saying, sir, unko dikha nahi hai, par mujhko dikh gaya hai. उनको दिखा नहीं है बट नहीं उनको दिखा मेरे को दिख गया मेरे को पता है यहाँ पर कुछ होने वाला है nobody was believing him including me who was coming there to talk to him and today when I see so many other GCC conclaves happening people are just jumping onto the bandwagon congratulations you are there you've been riding ahead of it so the point here is that creating extraordinary futures with your present that's the name of the game therefore this is my game. Just checking. Does that inspire you? It's not anybody else is asking you to do it. Does it inspire you? Years back, I saw this ad by Tata Steel. It said, "Hum ispat bhi banate hain." We also make steel. It opened up life for me, my friend. Tata Steel is saying, we also make steel. I can be more than just one. Therefore, over the years, I first wrote it on LinkedIn. I'm also an actor. You're getting that limitless nature of you. And that limitless you is part of that extraordinary organization that you represent, my friend. Imagine how would your team relate to you. And I was listening to this beautiful conversation when Rastogi ji, when you said we must dare to tell the people that we report to, hey, can do more. I can see more possibilities. It's that limitless you. It's not that, look, that's not your role. It's like, I am Anant. Not necessarily an Ambani, but. So I am the delivery guy, just to let you know. Every day I'll deliver. That's my game. And you know what I deliver? That's my job. And that's where my game is. हर रोज साला कुछ कमाल करूंगा मैं. And therefore, I don't take it lightly. I don't take myself lightly. Remember, I'm an important person. Of course, I'm important. I don't take myself lightly. I'll have to push. I do zara all every day. That's my game, delivering awesomeness. Tell me honestly, any one of you ready to take a cold pizza? Hello? They are not interested either. You don't deliver awesome, you don't belong. You can blame it on AI later on. Hello? It's available to you, my friend. When I tell you, a stupid guy like me uses technology because technology has been dumbed down for me. Use it, my friends. And therefore, each day for me is an opportunity to live with passion. Because passion is for free. Do you know that? Passion is for free. Kuch kharcha nahi hota. You report, and you report with passion. No. You report with passion. And passion is my differentiator. Because you will find many people with my expertise. Would you agree? There are other people with your expertise. Your differentiator is your passion with which you're approaching your life. It's what's available to you, dear friend. As a leader, as somebody who's inspiring teams to take their game to the next level, it begins with you reimagining yourself far beyond what they ever imagined to be. And therefore, for me, very clearly, life is an मुझे मत बोल कुछ और तू मुझे मत समझा दो कुछ. Life for me is an opportunity. And can we read this together? If that's ego, I have that ego. I add to life. I'm not just give me more, yeah. No, I add to life. जिंदगी को जरा सा और you give more to life, you add to life. You know that each day, the work that you are doing, the words that you have spoken, the leadership that you are providing, the vision that you are providing to your organization, that is adding to people's life, my friend. It's adding to communities. And therefore, as I complete, I really want you to get, my game is not to surprise anyone. It's to surprise one very important person. By the way, that's part of the workshop, but I'll share with you. You'll discover actually you can do nothing to the competition. You can just be aware of it. But the game is yours. And as I complete this last few words, imagine if you can say those words to yourself after every day, after every week, after every month, how would your life look? Look at these words. Would anyone want to share what comes to your mind? If you can say this about yourself, what would your experience of life be? Just say that. Positive, changing, what else? Limitless, what else? Just speak the word, what comes to your mind? Achievement, got it. What else? Proud of myself. Tried something, got it. What else? New? Liberating. Do you get that? And all these words are available to each one of us, my friend. So therefore, I'm diving into you so that you can dive into your life and to relate to yourself as that limitless you. You who have achieved such a lot. Imagine at this point in your career, when you do something and you say, it was all right. So at that point, I want to thank you, SSF Global. I want to thank you, my dear friend Rakesh, for the extraordinary job of bringing such amazing minds together. I want to thank each one of you for actually partnering for life. If ever you want to get in touch with me for anything for your organization, for anybody else, here are my connects. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm open to it.
Any questions? Any questions? There is someone? Oh, there's
Ashish, this is Kiran here, and really appreciate what you're doing. And I think you're the only villain who has got other facets as well, isn't it? You're the only villain who is into films, who is into blogging, and who is into stand-up comedy, who is into, just now my friend was telling me, into food blogger as well. Really appreciate it for walking the talk. And one interesting point is you said that you were known in North, but when you came to South, people were not known about you. But how did you feel when you actually come and interact, when you have already experienced success, when you already experienced everything in the North, and when you come down to the South, it's like you're treated like nothing.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. I mean, this is what I'm going through. I had about sleepless nights for some time. I was really wondering, what is this guy doing? Because as you said, you do something more, do something more, do something more. But to do something more, first of all, we have to cut down ourselves, isn't it? When you released your rap song, I think it's too many questions now. I'll talk carefully. However, I just wanted you to understand, how did you balance that? Because that is what is very important, I guess.
So it's very, very painful. See, all of us have started from anonymity. No one knows you, and then you want somebody to know you. And it's a great happiness achievement when somebody knows you. And again, when you reach, nobody knows you. All right. So I'll just share a little small anecdote. Mr. Shammi Kapoor, you may have heard his name. I was very early in my career working with him somewhere, and he just shared, he said, Barkhurdar. I'll just speak in English so everybody gets it. He says that when your kite is coming down, jo guddi niche utarti hai, there are people who are ready with the pin. And they would ask him, Shammi ji, where is the crowd? There used to be crowd outside his house. And he said, Aajkal hai na, the crowd is right now outside Ashirwad, which was the house of Rajesh Khanna, the next superstar. So one point you have to get, these are very two distinct points. I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
Kiran.
Kiran, accolades cannot be the reason why you work. But it's a barometer where your work is reaching. It's a barometer of your relevance, okay, in terms of that. Having said so, the point that you're going to get is that many of us reduce our working ability thinking that we have become big. Okay. So both victory as well as loss sometimes stops us. We've got to stop taking them both seriously. The game is not of win to lose. The game is to play. And I really mean, I don't want it to be in a corny way. You got to play if you're excited, because I am excited about life. Can I tell you another secret of mine? You don't need to follow it. I don't watch any films. I've not even watched my own films. We come out with at least 30 reels every month on Instagram. We come out with at least 24 vlogs every month across my channels. I don't watch any one of them. I shoot with a lot of commitment. I do it. I give it to my edit team and I keep moving. I have made sure that people give me feedback on whatever that is required. I don't have time for that. When people say, sir, the biggest fan, I say thank you and I move on. And when they say, sir, I'm a great fan of you, sir, Ashutosh Gowarikar, I'm a big fan of yours. I say thank you and I keep move on. So what you got to understand, people get my name wrong regularly. Okay? So the game here is not to be caught up with that accolade. The game is to only be interested in yourself. Sorry, I just want to let you know, the game is about you being interested in you. And that commitment of yours, you will add most value. So it doesn't matter somebody knows you. So just in a few years after that, when Dil became a hit and, Pokri became a hit, I'd become Ashish Sir. But I didn't stop there. My point is, don't stop. Keep moving.
Thank you very much. If appreciate it.
Sir, please.
Thank you for this very empowering speech. My name's Urs.
On air?
I agree with the point that you should focus on yourself. How do you deal with the family?
Okay, so how I have, so this is part pain. I have spent a lot of my time with my family. I've been working, and so my son tells me that I feel very great that you have spent a lot of time with me. Okay, and he remembers just recently he shared with me that I used to come back home late nights and then make sure that I fly out from Bombay the next morning again to spend some time with him. So I've spent a lot of time with him. In fact, there's a funny anecdote. Till he was in standard 5, I would regularly take him on trips and tell him, Mowgli, you're learning from the school of life. When he was 5, he told me, Baba, when he was in the 5th grade, he said, Baba, I want to go to the school, not the school of life. So he continued and did that. I've had my fair share of personal pain. In fact, after 24 years of marriage, my marriage broke down a few years back. Interestingly, just to share with you, my ex-wife has never blamed my work for it. She tells me I've been a very fulfilling husband, somebody who's really committed and spent a lot of time at home. But we looked at life differently. And that's where we moved on. The point again, I want you to note one thing. In life will not always give you things as you saw yourself wanting. But the game here is to still rejoice it. Still say life is your ally. Because in each one of us gets a packet. We're going to celebrate that packet. So for me, I don't work so that I get great results. I work because I really enjoy adding value as an actor or a speaker or as a vlogger. And so therefore I connected to that. And at the same time, I take care of myself as a human being. It's very important for each one of us to take care of our humanity, of things that have pained us, things that have not worked out, but never, ever flush yourself down saying that you're a bad human being. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please.
So thank you, sir, for such a mesmerizing speech. It really motivated us. So in this ever-changing world of uncertainties around us right now, things have changed very drastically and at a very rapid pace, and AI and all that. Now, how do we can motivate ourselves where we achieve what we have done and all that, but what has brought us here will not take us in the future. So how do we motivate ourselves that we are relevant and we overcome this fear of uncertainties? So that's something, because you have tried and you are a very big success story. But for us, a lot of things are changing. The way models, the companies, the strategy, the vision, and not everything I can influence. I can do Jarasa or, but how do you motivate yourselves to overcome that fear?
So do you remember a term called VUCA?
Yeah.
Don't you feel कि तब बोला था? VUCA was ahead of its time. We thought VUCA was happening there. So the point we to get is that, a quick question. Any one of you feeling dizzy right now? No. We are moving with the earth at that speed, but we are not dizzy because we are moving with it. When we sit down, just sit down. So a fast changing world is fast changing if you're not moving along with it. If you're sitting and discussing a ball, then it's a fast ball. Virat or anyone else sees the ball coming towards there and either tries to hit or save the wicket. So my game is that you're the player. I don't discuss with anyone whether it's fast because, for years it's been fast. My father's been telling me, and he was born in 1912. When I was growing up, he used to talk about the good old days. Okay? We used to have DC current and then AC came. Okay? So I've seen that time. I've seen that time when telephone was applied for. We got it after many years. to now. They don't discuss it. But I'm deeply interested in me. Now, this question is very valid because we try to be in judgment of what's happening. Can you please get it that it's Wednesday and it's raining? You get the connect? Anyone gets the connect between it's Wednesday and it's raining? There was no connection here, please. Somewhere it's not raining. Imagine if we do not discuss. Imagine you are walking in this path and there is water. You either can get your foot wet or you look at some eat and you do that and you do that and even get your tooth this thing wet and then dry it. My point is, can we stop being in judgment of life and live it fully? My motivation is I want to do something amazing with my life. Just to let you know, I'm very clear. मुझे कुछ amazing करना है. It excites me. Tell me honestly, does it excite you? How often do we say amazing about ourselves? Hardly. So you are amazing. Sir, आप कमाल हो. अपने बारे में never. Start using it for yourself. My friends joke with, do the amazing. Well, don't get embarrassed. Don't get embarrassed, please. I can't tell you how much people have joked about me. Now they don't. Even if they do, I don't hear them. Even if when I heard them, I didn't care. Just checking. Do you think, what did I feel going on to the stage today? Tell me honestly. Do you know that I knew that you were judging me? I knew it.
Yes.
I didn't care. It's like this. I'm not here to impress you, my friend. No, I'm too big a professional to be interested in you, to impress you. I'm here to add some amazing kick-ass value. Kick-ass value. Yeah, so I'll just come. So my point is, I motivate myself. मुझे कुछ amazing करना है. In spite, not because. Yeah.
Excuse me. Can we take further questions over dinner, if that's possible?
No, there's a final thing that you want to
All
say.
right,
Just-
sure.
I'll tell a story.
Please.
And to some degree, it's similar.
Sure.
We had a motive, and I had a motive, and my husband had a motive. So we had a situation to hand. We have our elder one, British chess champion multiple times, all of that. And what happens to his potential, right? He's passed through his own journey, and as a family, we've been discussing, and I've been saying that let's take him to India. We were based out of UK, London. Went on, and one fine day, I get up and I'm saying, we are going. He said the only way he will go is you move to India. I said, done. I'm moving to India. And 25th of December, I said, I'm booking the tickets. We are going now on the 4th of January. I mean, it's been in discussion for ages. We are going. And he goes, okay, but where are you going? I said, we go to some city, right? He said, what's going to be the city? I said, well, he's going to take an interview. And I knew my husband, for some reasons, got a lot of attachment with Pune. I'm like, we're going to Pune. He goes, okay, but where are you staying? Don't know, but we are going in 10 days. So lock the tickets. And then I pick up the phone. Of course, I've got numerous friends, like all of these in the room. And I spoke with somebody who's working for Nielsen. He said, oh, there's a Nielsen guest house. Fine, we're going to Nielsen's guest house. Booked. We get into Nielsen's guest house, and I find it's very expensive, right? So I tell my husband, well, we're going to continue here, right, for a month, and I'm going to find one more flat. And he goes, well, where next are you going to go? I said, well, he's taking the interviews. I don't know which city. So he said, now, I said, what is non-negotiable for you? He says, don't pay the security deposit. I said, fine, I'm going to find something. I stand below an apartment where people are roaming around. Hi, how are you doing? Can you please put this in the WhatsApp group that I need a flat? And yeah, for somebody whose flat is vacated and they want, somebody while they are searching, like for a month, I get a flat. So I changed to accommodation in Pune. He gets an interview in Bangalore, and I told my husband, we are moving. And he goes, but the offer is not there. That's okay. We have to move. Right. We moved to Bangalore. I stay in a guest house again, and the guy calls me up. I'm out looking for an apartment. Oh, sorry, where are you? Come back here. And I said, what's going on? He said, you cannot stay. You are a British national. And I'm like, oh, Bangalore has recently come up with this and there is some abuse and all of that. No, no, no. I'm myself illegal. Let me have you. You have to move out. So I come in there in the evening. I said, what do you want? He said, move out. I said, then. He said, today. I said, done. Moving out tomorrow. Finished. So, and I thought this time I'm not telling my husband. He's miles away. He starts jumping and I'm like, I'm not telling him. Start looking around, find Airbnb. We moved to Bangalore. So now we moved into Bangalore, we're looking for a flat. In the meantime, we realized that my son has got extended for 2 months, right? And then I call up my husband and say, we are moving. So he's like, now where? I said, now I have a news for you. Figure out somebody, some really, the nice place where I did my articles. He's going to go there. We are moving to Delhi. He said, where are you staying? Staying with my sister. Right. And okay, fine. I stay with my sister. And again, I'm looking for an apartment. So 6 months time, we moved 3 cities.
Excuse me,
and
ma'am.
we settled.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we need to wind up. Yeah.
Yes, is the possibility, and I live by it as well. So
Wonderful. So wonderful. Thank you so much.
The reason why she's not stopping is because I can vouch from everybody else that there's a shift in energy that you've created. So much positivity. Thank you so much.
Thank you
That
so much. Appreciate it.
wonderful talk.
Lovely.
And is Rakesh requesting Rakesh to please come and give a memento of thanks to Ashish G.
फोटो वोटो लिए कि नहीं है नहीं फोटो नहीं very proud of you very yes very well done
And also looking forward to tomorrow.
yes yeah if any one of you is around tomorrow I'm doing a little stand-up piece here just be around thanks thank you so much thank you so much appreciate it thank you so much thank you. Okay.
Friends,
All
we
right.
now move on to a masterclass by Ravi Ramakrishnan, who will join us virtually. The ingredients to make GCC as the strategic asset for enterprise growth. We all know Ravi very well. A seasoned global business and people leader with 40 years of business, finance, and business services experience. A former business leader at American Express. He was an integral part of the global leadership team to set up its pioneering offshore operations in India in the mid-90s. He has held leadership positions in Unilever, Murugappa Group, and Aisha Group with CXO level responsibilities. He set up R Value in 2005, a growing firm focused on business services, strategy, operations, process transformation, and captive operations. Ravi, can you hear me, Ravi?
Thank you so much.
Is he connected? Oh, great. Oh, lovely. So, looking forward to your presentation, Ravi.
I've sent it. I've already opened it.
Great, all yours.
Sanjeev, can I start? So, very good evening to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. And I know the guest for the evening has already arrived, so I'm going to make this master class into a capsule class. Okay. So, in the interest of awards and these guests, I don't want to take too much time. So, I'm really going to give it as a capsule, and I'm sure we will have more opportunities to talk and share as we progress. So, This is all about the ingredients to make GCC the strategic asset for enterprise growth. So there are three terms which we are talking about: GCC, the strategic asset, and the enterprise growth. So let's just try and make sure that there is a broader understanding. I think I'm sure each one of you as key leaders have lots of experience to share, but I'm just making sure this is available for a quick overall context. GCC, I really wanted to emphasize the two C's there. I wanted to kind of take the center away a little bit, and I'll come back to this. Two C's are collaboration and capability. And I think today, from the time we started in the evening when Rakesh initiated right through, collaboration has been as many times or as much emphasis has been given as capability. So I think this is absolutely crucial. Even by our action, we do this. So collaboration to me is, or to all of us, should be three areas. It is not only in-house. I think one of the things we tend to believe GCC means in-house. It is in-house, of course, but it has to go beyond that one center to an enterprise as a whole. We talked about global. What is global? Whether it is India, overseas, across the globe, it is enterprise. I think that's very important. And last but not the least, the ecosystem. I think Mr. Mohan Reddy talked about it. Jay mentioned a lot about ecosystem. That's how we are here today. And this is about collaboration. What is capability? I think capability is, of course, about people and talent, but it's also surely about business and technology. I think all of us would understand. And I'm conscious to put the term people to talent, and I'll talk about it when I come to the talent specifically reference. So to me, as we talk today in our context of GCC, these are the two things. So therefore, I would take the courage after Ashish Vidyarthi's amazing session to inspire all of us and getting to the unknown as much as the known. I want to share that we should possibly redesignate or recaption our global capability center into global collaboration and capability hub, because we are a hub, we are not just one center. What is a strategic asset? Just to give you a quick context, there are three things: a business model and a competitive edge. Sanjeev Rastogi talked about business models, how it will be changing. And to me, competitive edge is not competition. Competitive edge is what the company can create vis-a-vis the competition and the customers. That is the first asset. Second one is intellectual property and new products. I think how many patents have we filed in the GCCs is very important. I don't think we focus enough on it. And last but not the least, Rakesh talked about it, resilience and agility. And I want to emphasize not only agility, but also risk management. These three are the ones which make us the strategic asset. I think I would really take this conviction to say GCC is really the strategic asset, and we're quite important to focus on it. And last but not the least is enterprise growth. And what is enterprise? It's got all the three dimensions: business, function, process. It is not functions alone. It is not process alone. It's not only business alone. I think for us as GCCs, which is Global Collaboration and Capability Hub, we need to focus on all the three areas as an enterprise. And what does growth mean? Growth is actually clearly business outcome, market share, and value creation. These are the three key outcomes of any enterprise to measure. We talked about metrics. I think Abhinav talked about many things in terms of the areas which are, to be focused on as accelerators and gears. These are the three areas I talk about. Now, coming to the ingredients, I'm just going to quickly narrate 7 ingredients and then complete this conversation. First one, strategic alignment with business outcomes. And I do want to emphasize that because quite often we talk about strategic alignment in a greater context and business outcome in a different context. But I think both have to come together as an ingredient, because I do believe, going back, collaboration and capability have to coexist. They're not in isolation. And what does strategic alignment mean? I think this is a very softer dimension I wanted to emphasize to what even Ashish Vidyarthi talked about. What's our purpose as an organization or an individual? Values, culture. These three have to go together to actually say that I have a strategic alignment. Quite often people think strategy is independent of culture. We all know that culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So we need to make sure the strategic alignment has to include purpose, values, and culture, and values clearly. Second ingredient, innovation and inspiration. I think innovation led, innovation hub, all we have talked about. And I think I'm very delighted that, Rakesh brought in Ashish Vidyarthi to talk a lot about inspiration. And I really like the question which Sanjeev Rastogi talked about. How do we get motivated? I think this is one of the most important things for us who are already accomplished leaders. And I think I really like that what Vidyarthi said, that, don't be, you are not your accolades. You focus on yourself. And that, I think, is important. We need to focus on innovation from the organizational context, and from an individual leadership context, it is inspiration. Third one, operational excellence with business excellence. I think both are absolutely crucial. I'm constantly using a plus, because to me, collaboration and capability have to coexist. I'm re-emphasizing this point. Ingredient number 4, in-house talent plus external expertise. I think it's absolutely crucial that this is the biggest difference I feel between a GIC, which we are all used to, and GCC. GIC was largely in-house. They were trying to do something outside. But I think, as even many of the leaders, Mohan Reddy said, Jay said, everybody said, and Rakesh emphasized it, it's a combination of these two. Ecosystem is going to be something very critical, and ecosystem could be a multiple dimension. So in-house talent plus external expertise. Ingredient 5, individual commitment with leadership alignment. I think I just wanted to emphasize this point. As a GCC, I've said whichever GCC I have interacted with, they have a combination, I think they really don't work on just the leadership alignment and not lack in the way. This is where I think, to the point, again, I'm saying Ashish talks about, are you present there in this moment, is absolutely crucial. Ingredient 6, foundational and transformational technologies. I know that people are waiting for, where is Ravi going to talk about technology? I would like to emphasize this. I think we are talking a lot about AI. I know there are people even talking about, is AI a bubble? I don't believe so. AI is very, very different. I know there are many failures in AI, but I think failures should be seen as stepping stone to success. Having said that, I think we should not forget, as GCC leaders, the foundational technologies, because I sometimes feel we are forgetting this core, whether it's an ERP or whether it's a workflow or whether it's a RPA even. I would put RPA as foundational, no longer transformational. I think it's important to bring these two together, and these two have to collaborate. Otherwise, you will have two different factories running in the same company. And last but not the least, industry and academia. I really picked it up once again from what Mr. Mohan Reddy said, and I really completely echo that. And I do not want to include academia as an ecosystem. I think academia is by itself is very crucial, because that is the foundation for entire talent and entire talent pool which we have in India, and why GCCs are coming to India. So given these 7 ingredients, I'm just trying to complete. Let us build GCC as the strategic asset for enterprise growth. Thank you so much. Back to you, Rakesh. I'm unsharing it.
Thanks so much, Ravi, for really keeping that short and yet going over all the critical points. Friends, we now move on to the much awaited 14th GCC Excellence Awards and Recognition. And we are honored to have as guest of honor Shri Sanjay Kumar, IAS, Special Chief Secretary for ITE&C, Industries and Commerce, Departments of Government of Telangana. Request you to please join us here. and request Rakesh Sinha to give him a bouquet of flowers by way of welcome. May I request you, Sri Sanjay Kumarji, to say a few words, please. Whatever you like. Yeah.
Very good evening to all of you. It's really happy to be at a place among the GCC leaders who have made Hyderabad to emerge as GCC capital of India. For the record purpose, I think as per the data what we have close to 400 GCCs. And almost every week we are getting inquiries about our new GCC policy for which we are working on, and at the same time asking for facilitation and whatever other kind of help which government is going to offer to them. It's really a matter of pride for Hyderabad, that which has emerged as on the GCC map across the globe. At the same time, what my previous speaker was talking about collaboration and capability. So probably we have all the opportunities available in Hyderabad, because when you look at collaboration part, we have got a strong ecosystem of IT industries. We were one of the first states to come out with a comprehensive IT policy, and now we are working on to come out with a new version of IT policy. At the same time, we are working on a couple of new areas also, AI, quantum, and of course GCC, what I said. Well, what has made Hyderabad as the preferred destination for IT and GCC also? As you are all aware, I think majority of you are from Hyderabad only. One strong availability of talent, in-house talent. And to further improve upon that, our government has taken a number of initiatives to further improve the quality of skilled manpower available. I'm not sure how many people have heard about it, but we are one of the few states who have come up with the idea of a skill university, which we call as Young India Skill University. This is totally industry-led university where industry will be given a free hand to design their courses. In fact, they will be given an option to bring their own instructors. And this will be available for fresh students as well as practitioners. And this will be a value addition on what Government of India has so far been doing under Skill India mission, where they are working with the sector skill councils. But broadly, they are playing the role of awarding bodies. Here, the industries will be at the forefront in implementation itself. So we have planned 18 schools, and out of that, around 5 or 6 are dedicated for IT and ITES. At the same time, to make available, because this Young India, the skill university, to my mind, will provide the manpower at the middle tier. When it comes to the bottom of the pyramid, we are modernizing our ITIs in collaboration with a consortium of 17 industries led by Tata Technologies Limited. There we are introducing Industry 4.0 courses, and out of major portion is for this additive manufacturing, AI, and the new age technologies. Second part, what makes Hyderabad as a preferred destination is world-class infrastructure. We have been voted as one of the best, one of the, I think, most livable city in India consecutively for 5 years. And to further build on this legacy, the state government is investing a lot in creating a better infrastructure. Everybody must have heard about the regional ring road. We call it Triple R. So, outer ring road, the kind of developmental benefits it got to the city, realizing the potential of that kind of road, the state government is investing on regional ring road, and its further value addition of outer ring road is that this time it will be a with a regional ring rail also. So technically what will happen that we'll have two sides, 8-lane highway, 4-lane each, and on the middle there will be a regional ring rail also. So today itself I had a detailed meeting with South Central Railway regarding, basically they wanted to know the industrial potential. So the area between regional ring road and outer ring road will be developed as a industrial hub. We are planning around 10 to 15 industrial hubs in the area between outer ring road and regional ring road, and this will be this will be available for every level of investor. Some will be dedicated for small investors, some for medium, some for micro, and a couple of them will be dedicated for women-led industries also. And if you look at our what we have done so far in IT part and the figures, what they suggest that last 24-25 in first half we attracted an investment of $1.4 billion. Of course, I can't say that we'll be repeating the same performance given the erratic behavior of United States as of now. And I think everybody must have heard about our CM's big announcement that we are going to become 3 trillion economy by 2047, and we have imposed a self-imposed target of 1 trillion by 2030. The idea is that right now we contribute 5% of country's GDP. We want to increase it to 10%. And when we say that, it's not mere statement. It requires us to grow at a uniform pace of around 12 to 13%, which since last 10 years it has been made possible. So we hope to further build upon that. And in that field, IT and ITES, including AI, GCCs, they have to play a very big role that we have recognized. That's why we are coming out with policies for different sectors of IT. So we have bucketed around 5-6 sectors, and by this year, calendar year end, I think we'll be coming out with those policies. Future City, everybody must have heard of. So their AI city also is there. So we have earmarked around 400 acres of infrastructure, developed infrastructure plug and play facility, which we are creating there, mainly for AI sector. In fact, for AI, we are working on a mega initiative of how to create a world-class AI hub. So for that, you will be listening very soon from Telangana side. And this time we are working on a policy which will not be uniform for the entire state, because we are conscious of the fact that there is a lot of concentration in Hyderabad. We need to move beyond Hyderabad also. So whatever policies to incentive structure we are going to design, we are going to ensure that more incentive is given for the industries and IT and other industries which are ready to establish themselves beyond Triple R. The Triple R alignment is already out. So beyond that, if somebody wants to come, we'll be offering them some special packages. And J. Garu is here that this time Sheshadri Garu is the last time when I was there in Bay Area in Dallas, we discussed about a fund of funds. That's still a work in progress. So probably we will be finalizing the framework in a very short span of time. So what I wanted to tell everybody present here that state government is committed to whatever in IT journey we have had to further take it to the next level and make sure that Hyderabad emerges as a top IT and GCC destination for the entire country. Thank you.
On the behalf of all the leaders, GCC leaders sitting here, Sanjay, we'd like to express our sincere thanks to you and the government of Telangana for the kind of initiatives being run. And some of the things which you talked about in terms of the skill, I think that is going to be a big differentiator, given the kind of demand which is to be generated over the next couple of years and the kind of infrastructure which you talked about. So the commitment of the government and some of the initiatives which you referred is going to be extremely meaningful for this industry. And SSF is committed to work with the government and with the corporates as well as social organizations, academia, to make a difference to this industry and create more employment and grow the economy and the ecosystem further. A round of applause for the government and Sanjay ji. With this, I think we have the pleasure to move to the ultimate session of the today's evening, which is the Excellence Awards and Recognition, what we call Part 1, because there is still a lot to be announced tomorrow evening, as we call it Excellence Awards and Recognition Part 2. And we have the honor of having Sanjay ji is with us, and we'll leverage his presence to hand over some of those awards today. With your permission, can we start the process? Okay, fair. What I'll do is I'll also take this opportunity to express thanks to the extremely eminent jury panel. I'm sure all of you would be aware of the kind of jury panel which worked and reviewed the application, which included the leaders like Mr. V.V. Ranganathan. Mr. V.V. Ranganathan has been a jury chair for SSF for last 14 years, and he's a renowned leader who has run World Entrepreneurship Awards and so on and so forth, and very illustrious career and the journey. We have jury members like Ram Ramasundar, former CEO Electrolux, Pepsi, CFO Anbaxi, and so on and so forth. Again, like a very eminent personality in the business world. We had T. Chandrasekhar, as we call him Chandru fondly. I think he has been, again, a great jury for long. He was the CFO for IBM, now he's the CFO of Villasoft. He's part of the process for a long time. We had Rohit Gupta, a former CFO Z, and now Managing Director RKG as another jury member. We had Urs Ulrich, and Urs is here. He has come all the way today morning from Poland. Actually, he's based out of Switzerland, but he was in Poland. He almost flew for 20 hours to reach here back to back and be with us. Urs, thank you. And we'll request Urs if you can join us on the stage. We have jury member like Sudhir Banerjee. He's a former SVP Teva Pharmaceutical. Sudhir is, we'll do more of a standing now from here, Urs. So we'll follow the process. Sudhir is not able to join again in person here. But he contributed a lot to this process. We had Daniel Wachel, who is based out of Poland. He's the managing director for HealthPrize. He was part of the jury for this year. We also had Raghav Rao. Raghav Rao is a former chief operating officer for Deutsche Bank as the member of the jury. And we have a pleasure of having another jury member in person here, Geeta Malhotra. Geeta, can we just have you here? A round of applause for her. It is an honor and privilege to work with the eminent jury panel who really reviewed, went through details of the applications, and maybe I'll request both of them who are representing the entire jury here to say a couple of words, please. So, if you want to go first.
Yes, thank you for having me in as part of the jury. It is always a great experience being able to review all the proposals. I learn a lot every time, and it's really these participants who are trying to achieve the prize. They are putting a lot of effort in there. You can see that when you read the documents. And yeah, as I said, it's very enlightening to see what companies are doing, and and it's an honor to be able to judge.
So all I can say is a couple of things. Saying first, the process was extremely tough. I had to read the application again and again, and after the sessions to figure out that who should it go to. So it was highly competitive. Really, really amazing to see the hard work that has been put in. Like Osh said, I felt enlightened, the amount of work that's gone and really the innovative thing that's gone in. So thank you all and pleasure to be here today.
Thank you, Geeta. So we'll start with the first award, and to do the honors, may I request Sri J. Chaudhary to just join on the stage and announce the first winner, please. And we'll request Sanjay ji if you can also join. So please, all of you can join here. Just be here. And can we have some music if you don't mind, right? It's looking like very quiet, very serious. Yeah, okay. So, Jay, have to read me. Yeah, he's requesting us to slightly move.
What practical did you see?
Thank you very much.
Credibility Center.
Thank you for the effort. That we are getting something of it very beginning. But thank you very much again for giving sort of that of so it has been so it's just
This has been quite surreal, sharing a thought with, and to receive this more than the student really means a lot. But once you get into basically, which
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity actually and encouraging us. So sustainability and the literacy uh, uh, in legal the company is mixture. It's already there. If GBC kind of organization, if we have this practice as a top objective, then it's going to be industry transformation. So that's what we are doing in APC Business Services. Thanks a lot. Thank you a lot for this. Thanks to jury panel and thank you everyone. Saying it's only the part one of the awards. Believe me, we have a longer list tomorrow for the excellence award. In the interest of time, yourself needs to pass the interest and we'll start the ratings award part of the each. We just want to take this moment to let us in bracket immediate sort of So, Secretary Governor was holding seriously after the Congress and then Cyberabad to the Cyberabad and the Cyberabad
Thank you very much, Shri Sanjay Kumarji. Can we all gather together for a group photograph before we break for networking dinner? May I request everyone present here to please stay back? For a group photograph, yes, everyone to gather here for a group photograph before we go for the cocktails and dinner. Chairs हटा देना chairs
So some of us can gather on the stage. We can have a couple of rows here. Some people can be just off the stage. The faster we get it done, the faster we get to cocktails and dinner.